Hello, welcome back to How to RPG. Yes, my name is Fred Weller, and today it's all about, making a role-playing game, a tabletop role-playing game. And so I have my reference books in front of me, so I know where to refer to and draw from, and hopefully you'll come along for the ride with me. This is one of those days where I am very tired. And I'll be here a while. So yeah, feel free to take part in whatever I put forward. I'm going to be putting up a poll today, so you can take part in that. I'm probably not going to sound that sort of spiffy the entire time. But anyway, if you're interested in sort of continuing on this pathway with me, then tag around, hang around, grab some food, some drink, and we'll do this. Okay, right, here we go. I think we're just about ready to go. I think I've got that all there. All right, okay. I'll just grab my phone and I should be ready. Okay. The long haul Fridays, Here we go. Right. Moving back to here. And I think I've got it all. Yes. Cool. Ready to go. Sweet as. Hi, welcome to How to RPG. My name is Fred Weller, and today I'm going to be redesigning a popular tabletop role-playing game, which is Dungeons & Dragons. And I'm calling it Lazarus today. I've been calling it a few different names, but that doesn't really mean anything to you, I'm sure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over my goals for what I've been trying to achieve. I've been doing this each time. And then I will go straight into it. I have had to review everything that I've done so far because I realized there's a point where I have to sort of keep track of what I need to do, what I have done already, and how's this going to work. Because honestly, I'm not a game designer. I'm like a normal person like yourself. So I don't really have experience doing this sort of thing. I used to, as a kid, make all sorts of little things, but I wouldn't call that game design necessarily, although I don't know exactly what game design is. Where's the option to gain experience points by bribing the dungeon master with food? Well, as you know, Mr. Welsh. Hi, Glenn. There's only 4 options available. Okay, I can only put it forward 4 options, so I only put 4 options. Okay. That's really the only reason, my only excuse. It's the same with all polls. There's only so many options you can put forward, so I only put forward a couple. And I have to write the experience point system or the advancement system for this game, which, of course, again, has to be nebulous enough that it will work and be easy enough for people to run, because that is kind of part of why I'm doing this in the first place. For those of you who don't know, Mr. Welsh runs a YouTube channel, deals with law, and I reckon you should go and check him out. Well, maybe not right now, but at some point you should definitely go and check out his stuff. Very knowledgeable individual. How's it going? Dear. Okay, right. So I think I've got everything transitioned over. Let's go over the goals real quickly because I've done this before. So yes, I've been using the word cloning, reverse engineering, redesigning. What is it called? I've called it Dolly. I called it Phoenix. I've called it Steel. I've called it Lazarus. Yes, I'm definitely on a bender of some kind. So, project goals. Okay, design a tabletop role-playing game anyone can understand. Really important to me, that aspect. They need to be able to understand it and play it, and it needs to include a 5-year-old. So that's what I'm building right now. Okay, all right. Create a tabletop role-playing game very similar to all versions of Dungeons & Dragons, particularly 5e and basic D&D. I don't know how possible that is. I'm certainly trying to do that, but I don't know how feasible that is. I'm definitely working towards it. Strip the Dungeons & Dragons rules back to the basic engine, which I think I have done, to allow for a more narrative roleplay. And I definitely feel like if you were to build a character using this, you could definitely do it narratively and there wouldn't really be any rules. So actually character creation might be fun. Make a game system that can have optional rules added easily. So I want it to become more complicated by adding in more optional rules if you want them. Okay, the final game rules will allow for 3 game engines, not one, so only building the first one right now, with increasing levels of complexity. So you've got your basic game, which is what I'm trying to do now, your standard game, and then your advanced game, which is Core Blimey or whatever it might be. But the standard game would be the game you basically play right now, I imagine. Avoid breaching copyright using the OGL 1.0a, SRD 5.1, and Creative Commons version 4. Now, you'll see a lot of the wording is definitely probably going to cause me problems, and I will be changing them out. Okay, they might be sitting a particular way right now, but they're not going to stay that way. I will, of course, change the things that I think I probably need to. Yep. Prove that designing a tabletop role-playing game can be done quickly and by anyone. I think I have failed tremendously at that task. Okay, that particular goal is probably burnt to the ground. Okay, failure. Yeah, I definitely failed that one. Deliver the universal hand signal to Wizards of the Coast the Bird. I don't think they care. Okay, so notes on what rules I can't be removed from the rule system. So attack rolls need to stay, ability dice rolls need to stay, saving throw dice rolls need to stay, some sort of advantage, disadvantage mechanic needs to stay, magic monsters need to stay, we need to player character advancement, something I need to actually deal with today, I have to write that up. Communication between players and player characters and game master or NPCs needs to be a dialogue rather than rolling dice. I don't really like the dice rolling aspect of it. I know it's easy for somebody who's new, but you're never going to learn how to do it otherwise. Exploration, traps, puzzles need to stay in there. It's not really going to be tied to the rule system because I think you can do that with any system, really. Character creation needs to be simple. So that's what I think I've achieved that. And then the general rules always have to be consistent. There's no exceptions. We don't want to mess with somebody's head too much if we can help it. Okay, so you'll let me know if the words are not big enough. If I need to blow it up a bit more, you let me know, and I will just make my head smaller. I'm quite happy to do that. Okay, so look quickly. What have I done? What have I covered so far? The creation process. I'm probably going to put in a sort of like a little flow chart or just a list, and then I will break it up into bigger segments because I realized that this isn't really very easy to follow. This is not so easy to follow here. This is more layout stuff, but yeah. So this is all the character creation stuff here. What I've got here is basically you create your own characters. You determine your 6 abilities, and you're going to be using that with 3 6-sided dice. Okay. So you're going to want it with a score between 3 and 18, and you can't go higher than 20. You're kind of familiar with this. Select or create your own race or select it, depending on what you want to do. I like the idea of you just create it. Create or select a class or a heroic class or a career path, whatever it might be. Create or select a background or ancestry, if you want to call it ancestry. I guess background and ancestry is sort of the same, is it? Something like that? I don't know, we'll check the word. Create, select or buy equipment. So equipment, select or create magic powers and spells, and that's if you've got them. Maybe you don't have that sort of stuff. And then I put some a narrative magic option way of operating in here, and variant tree talents and feats. I want that to be a variant, and I've given some advice around using them. Character advancement is in yellow because that is one of our tasks for today. Game mechanics. So looking at the game mechanics as ability check or ability test, saving throw or saving test, attack roll, probably fine, roll a 20-sided dice and add a bonus. Basically, everything works this way, okay? And you use the ability bonus that is relevant. I'm going to have to create a table, obviously. Hi, Derry, how are you? No, I am not. I didn't state that it had to be in order. I didn't state you have to roll the strength first, intelligence next. I didn't say any of that, okay? If you want to do it that way, that's really up to the game master and the group. I couldn't care less. I don't think that's something I need to determine. You'll notice there's a lot of things I won't stipulate you have to do a particular way because I don't think it matters. General and specific rules. So always general rule there should not be any specific rules that contradict anything. It's one of the most annoying things about D&D, particularly 5e. Managing fractions. So you'll know what this is. This is the rounding down idea. I've already written that up. I did that while I don't know, where was I? I can't remember. I wasn't here. I wasn't in this live stream. Ability scores. So we've got our 6 ability scores. Strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. We kind of established that you didn't need to worry about copyright with these. I have really gone right into a bit of depth and defined these a lot more. So because you're not going to have skills. There's no skills in the basic game. Okay, so I had to really define exactly what they are and give examples as well. Otherwise, you won't know what to do with yourself. So that's all there. And then the benefits and penalties is your advantage, disadvantage. I'm probably going to change the name if I think I need to, but at this point I haven't decided if I need to or not. Bit of searching around, a bit of research, and I'll figure it out. Can't stack it. Can't stack advantage, disadvantage. You know this. You're familiar from 5e. And it's not like this system was ever created by 5e exclusively. It's not theirs, really. You know, it came from somewhere else. And then, of course, if you get advantage and disadvantage at the same time on the same 20-sided dice roll, then it just cancels itself out. That's it. There's a variant advantage and disadvantage stacking option, so you can stack it if you want to. That's just a variant option. Okay, ability checks or dice roll tests. That's really what we're talking about. So I've explained that process. We've got a variant target number success option. One of the things I'm probably going to do, for those of you who are wondering, is when it comes to difficulty class, I've been using the word target number, but I'm probably going to use difficulty number because I think the phrasing difficulty number communicates far more than difficulty class or target number. I think it gives you exactly, just by its name, it communicates what you're trying to do with it. I think it's going to be much more intuitive. So you'll probably see that gets cycled out for difficulty number. Okay, should be easy for people to transition into. Hi, Pale Rider, how you doing? Forces, role-playing, how I started. Then my brother gave me 4d6, best 3 since I was 9, and then I was 11. He let me assign my roles to my desires. Brutal. Yes, it is brutal. And as you know, for a 5-year-old, we're not going for brutal. If you want to play brutal, you can. I've put forward is the standard system. That means that there can be lots of other ways of determining your abilities. Only thing I could choose was class, and I had to abide by the racial restrictions. 3 years of oh man. Yes, well, there are no restrictions because it's all narrative and you make it up yourself. That's at its core, at the very basic game. That's all it is. That's what I'm trying to do here. Okay, so I've put down this. I've put down a automatic success variant here. I've put a variant on static ability scores, using the ability scores actually as a tool in the game. Like I've got something for that. Basically equal to or greater than your ability score for whatever you're trying to do. Don't need to roll a dice, you just use that score. Okay, if it's lower, then you would have to roll. Nice and simple. Saving throws, explain that in great detail. Oh, blimey, did it feel painful? And I've given some examples, which hopefully will help. Attack rolls and tests, explained how that all works. It's there. Now, this is where things have got a little bit interesting. I've been talking with my group, and we made a decision. And I'm going to sort of update you because I haven't written it, but I will explain it to you very quickly. What's this, Pale Rider? Is the email on your YouTube a good one to send you PDFs? Yes, it is, Pale Rider. So for those of you who are always concerned when you see a package, okay, that has my address on it. I mean, I don't want people to show up at my door, frankly. You know, I'm way too busy for that. And two, it's too scary for somebody I really don't know that well to suddenly just show up at my home door. But my email is in the About section of my YouTube channel. And it's not a secret. Anybody could send something to me, and I will probably respond unless it disappears into the spam, okay? And then I won't know about it. So that's the best way to send me stuff. If you want to send me stuff, just send it by email if you've got a PDF. If you're trying to communicate with me in other ways, usually when somebody says, can I have your address because I want to send something to you, I just say, yep, sure, what is it? And I give them the address. So I'm a very, I don't have a lot of barriers between myself and the outside world, okay? Whether that will be a mistake in the future, I don't know, but I think I'm small fry. Who would ever care about little old Fred as far as I'm concerned? So I'm not worried about getting anthrax in the mail. Do you know what I mean? So I consider that to be crazy stuff that happens somewhere else. Which, of course, we've had crazy stuff in New Zealand happen, the mosque being one. But, yeah, honestly, I'm pretty sort of available. If you hadn't figured it out, that's why I live stream so much. Okay, now let's have a discussion really quickly, and I want to show you what I had put forward, because I was talking to some of my friends, and we're talking about making melee weapon attacks, or making melee attacks, and making ranged weapon attacks, or making, that sort of stuff. How should it work? And I had written down here that you can use dexterity or strength based for your melee weapons, because of weapons are balanced, so that you can wield them easily. So depending on the weight of the weapon and its balance, but they're usually set up so that they're easy to actually handle. So I've always found that unarmed attacks, because I've been involved in martial arts, dexterity, speed, and strength, you use either one or the other, or you use both. And so for this one, for the basic game, I've put down you choose. I don't think it matters. Okay, I think it's actually perfectly fine to leave it as that. Ranged weapon attacks is a little bit different, because whether you're using dexterity or strength, so whether you're using coordination, your eye and hand coordination, or using strength, depends on drawback on the weapon, the drawback force. And a longbow has a huge drawback. I've said this before. The balance of your weapon, so how your weapon is actually balanced, and the weight of the weapon thrown or fired. Even to crank back a crossbow would take a bit of strength. Now, if you had a crank on it, you're fine. If you don't have a crank on it, okay, a bit more difficult. But even with a crank, they're not that easy to crank back. They're designed so you can do it, but but yeah. Anyway, so this is what I've done. This is what my group decided in the end. And this is what we will use, but you don't need to use it. Okay? I just thought I would share it with you. Add a character or monster's strength and dexterity bonus together to determine your attack bonus for all attacks. That's whether it's a melee or a ranged weapon. In the end, we decided that there were 3 factors that came into melee attacks and ranged weapons, and there were a few outlying weapons that might sort of muddy the waters in that respect. But we didn't think there was enough of them to worry about it, frankly. Okay? And the big ones were the maul, the great sword, and the great axe. Okay? And maybe something like a pike or a polearm. That's out of melee weapons. When it came to something like ranged attacks, well, really, it was the crossbow. Crossbow was really the only thing that was potentially like, maybe not. But, strength and dexterity is required for using a sling. The stronger you are, the further it will go. You still need to have hand-eye coordination, so dexterity comes into play for actually hitting your target. So what we decided is we're going to just bundle strength and dexterity together, quite deliberately, okay? There is no proficiency bonus in the basic game. We've decided that just training or proficiency just means you can use the weapon without penalty. And I'm probably going to have to put that in here somewhere. And I will. I promise. I will put it in here somewhere. But ultimately, I realized that strength and dexterity apply to all of your attacks, almost all the time. There's only a few things that sort of outlie on the sides. You need strength and dexterity to use a longbow. It just doesn't work otherwise. It's just too hard. Short bow, less strength. Dexterity probably applies a little bit more. So Javelin, strength and dexterity. You really need both. You know, they go together. So ultimately, we thought that was the best way. So the attack bonus is added to a 20-sided dice roll to test to determine the attack roll or attack result. I think this is probably the smartest way to go. And you're probably thinking, well, yeah, but now that means that marshals are more likely to hit than spellcasters, correct? I'm sure a few of you are sitting here and thinking, well, that means that the marshals will always be hitting armor class more often. But here's the thing. Spellcasters usually have saving throws. Saving throws often have effects that do damage even if they fail. Like even if somebody fails the saving throw, the spell's still doing something. Whereas when you're a martial class and you're attacking and you're using strength and dexterity together, which makes your score a bit bigger than the spellcasters. If you hit, you hit, but if you don't hit, you don't hit. It also means that trying to determine something like spellcasting bonuses would be based off, wisdom, charisma, intelligence modifier or bonus, okay? And then your 20-sided dice roll, so that the spellcasters will always have smaller numbers when hitting armor class. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I actually think that probably should work that way. I think the marshal should have a better chance of hitting their target rather than it being the other way around. The other option is to add dexterity and their spellcasting bonus together to determine their attack roll for a spell. That's the other option. And I still haven't decided which is the better. For those of you who are concerned about, well, what about progression as you level up? I think there are other ways we can communicate that. And that is the fact that you can increase your ability scores at some point. So I'm not jumping off the train that much. Anyway, let's have a look at chat. What have we got here? Hello, Nacho Man. How are you? Nacho Man is a patron and supports me on Patreon, and I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. 1979 was nearly 50 years ago. Oh, bless me. I'm vintage. Bet my parents are going to sell me as a collectible. I don't know about that. Happy-go-lucky. Anthrax. Oh, Anthrax. Anthrax, yes. Thrash band. Undead stream someday? I don't think so. I'm lost on this one. Prepared, cook and survive. Hello, how are you? You're hungry. How did you get hungry? Okay, right. So that's that. Let's continue on. So this is a new thing that I've put in here. This is what my group will probably wind up using for the marshals, or weapon attacks and unarmed strikes. Variant weapon option. And this here is very optional. I think that's the best way I can communicate it. So I was going to explain this, but I really want something like the grapple throw to operate in exactly the same way as any unarmed attack, frankly. I think that's the best way to look at it. Okay, difficulty class, target number, or difficulty number. I prefer difficulty number myself. We've got that there. Armor class or armor defense, that has been explained to a certain degree, but I almost feel like maybe I need to do more with this, and we might come back to that. We'll put a bit of a question mark there. I put here more. And I'll be taking a break every hour, by the way, people. Otherwise, I will just fold up and disappear. Variant opposing, the contest. So I put in the contest as a variant option rather than being something you would use all the time. I feel like contests are a bit confusing for people. Critical hit, we actually had the critical hit down here. I have stated that it doubles all the damage. So that's the dice and the bonuses. Okay. And I know that's a bit strong, but there's a few options for how critical hits might work. They're all listed here. And then rolling a 20 on a 20-sided dice is always going to be success for any kind of test. And I've explained why. And a roll of a 1 on a 20-sided dice is always a failure, and I've explained why. Rather than just saying it, I've explained why, since this always seems to catch people up. Bible Fire. Hello, Bible Fire. How are you? Great. Wizards of the Coast will use that Lazarus coming out. I'm gonna forgive me. Lazarus coming out? I don't know. Lazarus? You reckon Lazarus? I don't think Wizards of the Coast in the slightest would see what I'm doing as useful to them at all. So, yeah. And now I've got turn order and initiative. I've actually explained how to do it in a nice, simple manner. I've got a couple of variants here. There's quite a few. There's 3 different ones. One that's the one you're familiar with. One is just basically just pick a direction and go around the table in a direction, and clockwise or anti-clockwise. Simplest way to play the game. Monsters start turn first is a variant, and combat turn is basically, I can't remember. I think I put down a couple of different things here. Flat bonus, using a flat bonus, no dice roll, and yeah. Clockwise, anti-clockwise is here as well. Okay, so characters, turns movement. I've kept the 5e being able to split up movement. It should be there because I think that's one of the best ways to actually apply movements to a role-playing game. It's far more intuitive to do it that way. Actions in battle. So it's really, really simple. There's just move and action. There's no bonus action. There's no reactions. That's all gone. So your turn will consist of, and should consist of, yes. Turn is you move your speed once and you perform 1 action. Nothing complicated about it. Okay, attacks pretty much explained already previously, but I've got a little section on it. Casting spells, a little section on it. I probably need to go into a bit more detail on how you calculate it, your spell attack bonus, because we'll need a spell attack bonus as well. I do have a question. Would people prefer me to explain the spell attack bonus along with all of the other, rather than leaving it at the end? Would it be better to leave it with the melee attack roll, the ranged attack roll? It probably would be better to do it there, would it not? In terms of organization. I'm kind of, I was going to put it at the end, but I looked at it and like, does it actually make sense to separate it and put it somewhere else? I just want to find everything in the same place. If it's related to it, it probably should live in the same location, right? Other combat actions, I've just gone through all the different things you might potentially be able to use. I've explained what potentially could be free actions. The Game Master can decide what they are. Question mark just means I don't know if I want to add any more. These are just suggestions. They're not set in concrete. I don't feel like I want to set anything in terms of free actions in concrete. Really up to discretion. Character death or monster death is basically you decide. You're knocked out, unconscious, dying, or are you just dead? Okay, depends on the lethality of the game. So with young kids you won't be killing anybody, but with somebody who likes their stuff hard and fast, then you'll be going with that. Resting, super simple. 1 resting system. There is the quick rest, which is basically 1 hour to recover whatever. I'll sort that out shortly, but resting, I just wanted to have 8 hours. You don't have to take all those 8 hours at the same time, but they need to be over a 24-hour period. And you shouldn't be, did I have a section in here that says you can't do this more than once in a 24-hour period? A character or monster can take a rest of 8 hours to recover all their spells, hit points, magic item recharging, and special abilities, which is a lot. I know for some people they want something a bit more hardcore. A rest consists of 8 hours of sleep in a 24-hour period that can be broken up in any way that seems reasonable to the Game Master. For the sake of tracking, it is recommended to sleep 8 hours during the night in a block that can cover approximately 10 hours. So that allows for your sentry duty. Okay, so what I need to do, a 8-hour rest can only be performed once every 24 hours. Now, why did I do this? It's super simple to adjudicate. It's super simple, it's super easy, it doesn't get into a lot of complexity. I talked with one of my friends who used to be a soldier, and he said, look, we did not get 8 hours sleep when we were on duty and in the field. You got 2 hours sleep here, you might get 4 hours sleep here. You just had to you got your sleep when you needed to, and that's how you functioned. When you're out in the wild and you're an adventurer, it'll be the same sort of thing. Human body prefers to have 8 hours all at once, but it can function by getting those blocks of hours separated, and the body will still function. It's just how it is. I know this because I did psychology at university, so they taught us about sleep. It was a big issue. Leave it with others for ease. Yes, yeah, I feel like there seems to be something. 5-hour IRL. Yeah, well, as you get older, you don't really need 8 hours. I've just put 8 hours as like, usually that's what the, if you're younger, you usually need about 8 hours. And most people on average need 8 hours. It's only as you get quite a bit older, and it's different for every person, but yeah. As an outdoor guy, I can slip down a slope once, but literally take me to climb the same 4 feet 5 times makes them, I don't know what that means. Derry, I'm a little bit lost. You got me lost again. Okay. All right, so downtime. I'm probably not going to include downtime activities so much in here. It might be just a recommendation. I'm really worried that I'm going to put too much stuff in here. Things I realize I have not talked about that I need to are here. Hit point or health points and character advancement. And I think what I will do is I will explain hit points as part of the character creation. I think one of the first things I've done is I've kind of moved a few things around. Anyway, let's just move hit points where I think it needs to live, which is probably part of the list of things we need to do as part of our character creation aspect. So this is here. Buy equipment. We don't want them to have too many numbers to deal with. Now, is that right? I had armor class here somewhere as well, which I am... that's right. Paste. Health points. Here we go. Let's do the other one. Armor class. How do you determine armor class? And hit points. Okay, now let's go back to attack rolls, and a spell attack roll needs to go in the same place, doesn't it? Because that's what I was talking about before. Saving throws, attack roll tests. So that's the melee, that's the ranged, and we need a spell attack as well. And the spell attack is going to work a little differently. Whoops, spell attack roll. Okay. Where did I go here? So I've just got to figure out, okay, this. I think we got that right. Okay. Can be dexterity based. Okay, so I think when I was defining this, did I define it nice and clearly in terms of giving them a calculation? And I don't think that I did. Attack rolls are the result of adding an attack or ability modifier to a 20-sided dice roll. Okay, so that's that. I need to say bonus, don't I? Or modifier. Can be dexterity or strength based. Okay, balance, Okay, so I have said select dexterity or strength modifier when attacking, whichever is higher. That's what I wanted to say. Okay. And, okay. The modifier for ranged weapon attacks is the same as melee weapon attacks. Okay, did I have a section on unarmed strikes? Did I actually stipulate it here somewhere? I may not have if I explained it. No, I have, but I've also included unarmed attacks as well. Okay, so that's actually all tied in together. Okay, so this is just this bit here that it'll be a little bit different. That might throw people. Please let me know if it looks like I'm doing anything that would be confusing or I've missed something that I need to say. Hi JP, how you doing JP? Hi Fred, I love the new adventure design parameters. Looks good. So one of the factors that with this is I have to make something that my group and JP or Jean-Paul as part of my group that we would be interested in trying out. And so right now, JP will be aware I've already tried the static ability score as a way of determining success and failure in our game for our 5e game. Right now, I believe Simon, who's Game Master or Dungeon Master, is trialing a couple of adjustments himself, which is you have to be trained in something. And he's got a couple of things going on there that I haven't been able to nail down, but I can see he's approaching things a little bit differently based on what he thinks makes sense. And I'm kind of feeding a lot of that into this. So I guess to a certain degree we are getting closer and closer to what we want to play as a group. What's this? Trying to say if climbing difficult slope, each fail equals new route to try. Yeah, fair enough. Or just persist. Don't make them go around. Okay. All right. So spell attack roll. This is okay. I might be able to get away with just pulling this down here. Little bit of adjustment. So a spell attack roll. Attack roll represents a character or monster's attempt to successfully hit with significant force to reduce hit points with spells or magic. Okay. That is what we are talking about here. And I need to make sure I get the next bit in here. I don't want to go through and explain all the different types of attack spells there are, because I don't think that would make any sense since you're going to be making up most of that yourself. This is here. Well, I might be able to just cut and paste this bit. Okay. So the attack roll test itself, All right, I think what I'll do is, because this, I'm actually kind of muddying the waters a little bit, aren't I? I just realized I have actually kind of made more things more complicated than I intended. So what I will do is I will separate melee attacks, and that is weapon or unarmed. Unarmed. Try to get an or in there. Okay, let's do this. And then I will put this as ranged, because I probably should. Ranged weapon. No, ranged attacks. And that will be weapon or what do you call, weapon or what is it? What would be another thing? Natural something, natural. Losing dex bonus to AC, is that the against the catastrophic failure, critical fail? I don't know whether you got that from. Overswing, off balance. I'm not really trying to add a lot of complexity to this. So I'm it's a body part. What would it be called? I don't know. I'm a little bit unsure. So because, you know, if I think about a manticore and it spikes, what would that be? Like, it's still a ranged attack. So they need to fall into the same sort of approach. Okay, so this here. Okay, a spell attack roll represents a character or monster's attempt to successfully, with significant force, to reduce hit points. To hit successfully with significant force to reduce hit points with spells or magic. These spell attacks can be ranged or melee attacks, depending on the type of spell. Okay. Reach or range. Okay, so this is where it gets a little tricky in that I need to stipulate exactly what it is that we're using. I'm going to go here and spell, paste this. Spell attacks. Use the intelligence wisdom or charisma modifier for making attacks depending on the spell casting class. Okay. So that means that spell attacks would be significantly less effective than using a martial type attack, which means they may not decide that they want to use them. They may want to go back to using a bow. So I need to put a little footnote in here Although, no, it works for the basic game, and if I have an optional game, I can have a variant option here. This is a variant option for martial. Variant martial attack bonus. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, so that's fine. We're using either intelligence, wisdom, or charisma modifier, depending on the class. You add that as your bonus to your attack roll, your 20-sided dice. So we've got that. We've broken that down. Hopefully, if that doesn't look clear, people let me know. So what I want to do is I want another variant that is for spells. I don't know whether you would use it. I don't know if we'll use it. Charisma is OP? Hardly. People only treat charisma as being OP if they just decide that everything needs to be... I've got to get rid of the hat. If everything needs to be determined by making a dice roll, that's really what we're talking about here. If everything is determined by a dice roll, then of course you might have that problem. So this is... I'm just going to copy this, save myself a bit of time. And this is going to be spell attack bonus. Attack bonus. Option. So what is that going to look like? Oh, it's going to look messy. I can see it now. Here is where my thoughts are. If I put in a variant like this for spell casting, which is similar to the martial attack bonus one, where you add your strength and your dexterity together for your bonus, we're not ever going to be using strength with our spells. We'll always be using dex plus one of the spell, your other, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. I think that's the mechanic that I'm looking for. Okay. So we'll go copy. And it makes sense using your spell casting internal energy or whatever it is that you're drawing from, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, and you're adding dexterity. And there's no proficiency bonus added. That's not to say that you could not, and that the standard game would not include a proficiency bonus. It would, but then it just changes everything. It means all the monsters, all the spell casting monsters, all have to be adjusted as well. Okay, so add a character or monster's dexterity bonus. And spell casting bonus together. This is intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. Come on, Fred, get it right. Charisma. Together to determine the attack bonus for all spell attacks. Okay. The spell attack bonus is added to a 20-sided dice roll test to determine the attack roll or attack result. Okay, all right. So that's the option that I was going to put in, and it's in. It's done. I don't want to explain this. For some reason, I was looking at my character stuff, and I was thinking I need to sort of tidy that up. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to need to write some stuff as well. So I'm going to do that too. Okay, so character creation. I was having a really hard think about how I should lay this out so that it's easy for people. And I think what I've done is by having these numbers and these great huge paragraphs, it's actually made it worse. I can't even imagine how you would deal with somebody who's younger and having to contend with that. So, character creation. Let me just put this to the side. Step 1. follow the process outlined below for creating a character for the game. Yep, I think that got it. Okay. And we will list it out. Step 1, generate, generate ability scores. So what I'll do is I'll make a short list in one place rather than it being spread over many pages, breaking down the steps. Then I will go into each thing after that. Justercraft, hello Justercraft, how are you? So generate that. We select or create a species or race. So I can actually just cut and paste that little section there. Copy. So create or select a species or race. That's that one. And next, create or select a class or a path. I've called it a couple of different things. I don't know if I'm going to leave it that way or change it. I probably will change it. I'll pick something that I think is sort of appropriate. Character creation. Have the player create a 10th level character of their dreams. Then have them roll up a character. Yeah, I suppose. I just thought if I do the step-by-step character process of building it, then I can look at it and see if I've screwed anything up, because I may have. I'm not even suggesting that you would have backgrounds, but you could have backgrounds in the game. Personally, I think backgrounds need to look a little bit different to what they are in 5e right now. I think backgrounds are way too good, and they're making them even better than they were before, which is kind of ridiculous. Copy. And there. Paste. Oh, what have we got here? No background system. No, I have a background system. Would you like to know what the background system is? Just the craft? It's very simple. Select an existing background from any game system or ancestry from any system you want and port it in. Or you just create your own. My criteria for making a background is, and this is supposed to be very narrative and very simple to understand, is you just decide what it's going to be and you get signed off by the game master. That's it. That's really all it is. Okay? The background can consist of a few different things, but tool training, skill training, knowledge, subjects of some kind, competency in languages or personal gear, specialized features, whatever you want that to be. So that is the extent of it. I'm not doing hard fast stuff in this one. Hard fast stuff will come later, because what I would do later on as I make the next version of this game, which is the more complicated version, is I would add in a lot more stuff that gives you more options so you can sort of move things around. Does that make sense? That's the idea. So create, select equipment or buy equipment. Next, determine hit points. Determine hit or health points. And determine armor class or defense. Determine or defense. Is that it? Defense? Okay, right, cool, got it. So we're going to take those two. I haven't write those up yet, but I will. So copy that, take that up to the top. I knew I should have done this. It's going to make it so much easier for me to see whether I've left a hole somewhere. What do we got here? Foregrounds. Foregrounds? What's foreground? I'd like to see a greater selection of backgrounds. The idea of a greater selection of backgrounds is you guys should just be making the backgrounds now. And 5e, like the first part of the book says just make your own backgrounds. You don't need people to make them for you. Just make your own stuff. Do you know what I mean? Step 1, background with dreams of future. Step 2, role character. Yeah. I'm working on my own system right now, and all tool training requires occupation training. Okay, I like the generality. Yeah, I like the idea of being very general. I want the idea behind a lot of this, by the way, is if I make a system that is so open-ended and has as few restrictions as possible, then somebody else can make something for it. Because I want people to be able to do that potentially. Do you know what I mean? I want to be able to do that myself. So I want to make stuff for a tabletop role-playing game, but I don't want to make wizard stuff, Wizards of the Coast stuff. I want to be able to make my own thing. Do you know what I mean? And in the way that I think it should be done. And right now there's just too many things in the way. So this sort of hopefully eliminates a lot of that. Create or select powers or spells. Please, people, have a look at that and tell me, is there something in that sequence of 1 to 8 that I have missed? Is there something that needs to be there that I have completely skipped or missed? Because I would like to get that down. We don't need to worry about that. Don't worry about feats and talents because they are optional. Let's go into game rules. So just what have I missed? I swear there's something there that is missing. The Cavalier experience points leveling from first level. Yeah, sure. What is it? What have I done? No. I want to put character creation way smack in the front, which I know is a little bit whack, but what have I done here? There's got to be something that I've missed. No. Not. No. Come on, people, point me in the direction. What have I missed? I'd switch 2 for 3 and 4 with 1. You'd switch which one? 2 and 3. 2, 3, and 4 with 1. You would switch 2, 3, and 4 with 1. I see where you're going with this, but I won't do that. Do you know why? Because I like the idea that the first thing you do as part of your character creation is you just roll dice. Because you don't even have to start thinking too much. You're just rolling those dice. And you've got a bunch of numbers and you stick them wherever you're going to put them. But so write down. So what you're trying to say? I should go select or create race, select or create class, select or create background, then do the ability scores. I know that's kind of what they do now in 5e, but I like the idea of ability scores first. The question is, do I really need to go that way? Is it something that I am precious about? I'm going to think about that. But there's a step here that I've missed. I know there is. What the heck is it? Okay. Oh, shizers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, bugger me, it's level. Allies and enemies. You want to go, you reckon you should go background, class, race, and ability. I'm going to meet you halfway with this one. I see your point. I do. I see your point. I do see your point. But I'm going to go halfway with this. Copy. I'm still going to put the ability score first, because I like that there. But I'm going to put the background first. And the next most important thing to decide what you're going to do, I think you're probably right. It's probably the class. And I think the race and species is like the least important thing out of all of them. So I'm going to cut that. And I'll change that over to here. So I've just realized what I missed. Select or determine character level. Yeah. Yeah, I like the idea of roll first, but the very first thing that we need to do is determine or select the character level before we do anything else. Copy. Or actually, do we need to do that? We don't really need to do that, do we? We can still put this at the as the first thing you do. Yes. I still like the idea as the first thing they get to do is to roll a dice. Let's do that. Why would I don't know why would we restrict a race from taking a particular class? I know that's very old school, and I am an old guy. I totally get it, but I'm not really trying to make a game that can't be broken, but neither am I trying to deliberately sell books to somebody by making broken stuff. So for me, I don't think it really matters in that respect. But I think I finally got my order right. This is what needed to be here, correct? I think that's better. I think that's going to work a lot better. And actually, I think we'll take this here, this number stuff, cut, and I will stick it here after the races. Buying and selecting equipment can be last. Okay. I mean, ultimately, the order of things in the end, will it really make a huge difference? I don't know. I guess trial and error will decide. Well, this is for children and gamers. So I guess it needs to be in a way that a 5-year-old would be like, oh yeah, I want to do that. And rolling 3 6-sided dice first is their first thing they get to do is actually probably a really good idea. And then you tell them, okay, whatever level you are, you can probably level 1, and then you select a background or make a background up, and you make up your class, and you make up your race or species, and then you determine your hit points, which mum and dad is probably going to have to help you with, your armor class or defense, which mum and dad will probably still have to help you with. Then you buy and select your equipment. That's easy enough to do. Powers and spells come after. So yeah, I think that'll work. I think that's got everything there that needed to be there. All right, so Now that I've done that, I'm going to need to take a break. I need to come back here and write down a little bit of information around determining character level. It won't be very much. I don't think that's going to be very hard to do. Typically, it isn't hard to do. 4 and 5 don't need to be switched. Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't think that the race won't really be a factor. It's just your race. Like, your race can be whatever. It's yeah. Anyway, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to definitely take a break, just very quickly, come back, continue on. There's a few things I need to write. I hate to say it, people, but there's a lot less to write than you might realize. I've actually done a lot. I looked at it and I was like, oh, this is more organization now. There isn't quite as much going on. Experience points. So I'm just looking at your poll here, people. How do you prefer to earn experience points in a role-playing game? Kill monsters, 12%. It warms my heart to see that number being so low. Complete quest goals, 44%. So happy to hear this. Collect gold and use it, 19%. Those of you who remember using that way and that system. And then no experience points milestones, 25%. So I think that's all wonderful news as far as I'm concerned. That's great to hear. I'm still going to present you with a lot more open stuff. I want to be a box serial race or a movie race. Yeah, why not? Captain Kangaroo, is that what we're talking about here? A movie class. Yeah, a movie class. All right. Let me pose you a question. And hashtag, what character level do you usually start at? Okay, that's what my question is to you in the chat. Okay, now if you're a game master or a dungeon master and you don't get to play characters very often, just tell us what character level you would normally set your game at. And if you're playing a player, let us know what level you're usually starting your characters at. So that would be, yeah, that's my question. And I will go and take a quick break and be back. Arnold will look after you for 5 or less minutes. Okay. Oh, let me get in here. Oh, I see Jack is here. And we've got Joe is here, overboard as well. Lozenge time for me, and then back into it. Where is it? Nope. Yes. And here. We're back. Okay, cool. Let me just catch up with chat and then we'll continue on, since I've got to write some stuff in a second. So prepare, cook and survive. D&D starts at level 3 depending on the adventure. So that's the level you're starting at? Okay. Kangaroos are wicked. They set traps to drown. Where did we get this? Okay. Jack, what do you got here? Mostly level 3, but it really depends on the story. The one I am currently writing will start with them off at level 1, but they are to be shipwrecked on a strange new world. Okay. Never started higher. Okay. My group actually loves playing from level 1 upward. Hello, Overboard. So Overboard is a patron and a moderator, and he has a YouTube channel that deals with miniatures and terrain and reviews. Just got done with Call of Cthulhu live stream. Okay, what's up, everybody? I am trying to finish more of my game system. Other systems I started at level 1, learned the system. Hope to try more RPGs this year. Fair enough. Mork Bork, Delta Green, and okay, well I don't know what that is. First for youth, 4th for adults, 7th for gamers, because okay, yeah, I get it. So it depends on the level of skill, that's what you're saying. Okay, let me just have a look. Levels, what do you typically, okay, select to determine a character level. So a player character will usually start at level 1 and progress while adventuring, while completing adventures by earning milestones or experience points. So I am going to include milestones in this, people, and experience points is just another way of doing that, but really milestone is just a huge block, whereas experience points is like counting each little bit and piece along the way, and there's a good reason to do that. Yeah. Okay, so what's the next thing I need to say here? Okay, the first levels of a character represent the beginning of a explorer's, adventurer's, or hero's journey. Okay. Let's do that. Process, progress, progress. You reckon? Process and progress. What is the difference between process and progress? Oh, I put process. Progress. That's what I needed to put down there. That's what you're saying. Progress and progress. Well, there we go. All right, there we go. Thank you, dearie. I missed that. I was supposed to be progress, not process. Away with the Furies. Okay, so the game master will determine the starting level for characters which might be higher than level 1. Okay. New players are recommended to start characters at level 1 to become familiar with the game and character creation. Is that familiar? Or is that the right familiar? Familiar. Is it that familiar? I think it's that familiar. No, that's not that familiar. It's that familiar. Okay, one of those familiars. Veteran stage being the beginning of non-industrialization. Institutionalization, making your way. Process is better. Process and progress. Define process and define progress. Define process. A series of actions or steps taken in order to achieve a particular end. Oh. Right. I'm starting to see what you're getting at here. That's a pretty good summary of what we're trying to do here. Progress. Forward or onward movement towards a destination. Oh, you're right. I had it right the first time. Process. Okay. Awesome. Hey, thank you for that, dearie. You're right on the money on that one. Yes, I completely missed that. Okay, but it's done. So I think that communicates everything that I need to say about level 1 or character level. But I'm just wondering if maybe I wonder if Gary's said anything that's been left out over the years. There probably is. I mean, you never know. There's always a chance, right? Yeah. Okay. First ed edition, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Character levels. Where are we? Charisma. Races. Classes. Alignment. Character hit points. What page is this? This is 13. Oh, please don't fall apart. I need to fix this book up. Oh, okay. I've had 4-year university managers that had nothing on a 4-year doing it. Okay. I don't quite understand what that means. So, where are we? Let's races. I thought if I turned to that page, that was going to give me what I want. Is this? I keep forgetting this book is not well organised. It's 18. Character class. Racial tables. No. Spells. Advanced. No. Character abilities. Not hugely helpful so far. I don't believe this book has a index either. So he doesn't really explain it that well. So I wonder, second edition, do they have a glossary? Or do they just have an index that would sort of break this down? No. Well, class descriptions, warriors, thieves. Okay. Let's try 34. Second edition, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, 34. Let's just go back to the beginning. Back to the beginning. All right. Level, okay. A measure is a measure of a character's power. A beginning character starts at first level. To advance to the next level, the character must earn prerequisite number of experience points. Different character classes improve at different rates. Each increase, which is one of the things that used to be a pain in the ass. I'm going to say it now. I did not like the fact that all the classes progressed at different levels. You had to have different amounts of experience points. Painful. Okay. Okay, so here we go. A character will usually start at level 1. Little impression. The character represents the hero's journey. Okay. Okay, so the higher the character level, the more experienced and powerful they have become. Increasing survivability. Oh, good lord. Survivability. That ain't a word. Don't know what I've typed in there, but it ain't a word. Okay. Was there anything else that I really felt like that they'd said that maybe I'd missed? Okay, so. No, it's all there. It's all there. Okay, cool. Totally have it. Thank you. More hench folk? Well, yes, potentially. I'm not going to build henchmen or hench folk or hirelings or followers into the basic game. But you know me well enough, Derry, that was always my intention for the advanced game. Absolutely. And even the standard game, as I would definitely be building that in as part of that. I would want that to be part of, be there. And Yeah, yeah. I have no secrets about the fact that I really like the idea of that being there. Okay. All right. So there's another thing I need to deal with. Hit points. Determining hit points. And I think for determining hit points, and this is determining hit points is one thing. One of my biggest problems too is if we determine hit points, do we want to also explain what hit points are at the same time? And I think that's probably a smart idea. I think that's probably a smart idea. The modern explanation of hit points is frankly shit. It's really, really bad. So bad and such that I actually wound up making a video explaining how they work. But I'm just wondering, where is it in this book here that I've got in front of me? Hit points. Here we go. Here's a modern explanation of hit points. Every creature has hit points or health points, which represent a combination of physical and mental durability, the will to live, and luck. Creatures with more hit points are more difficult to kill. Those with fewer hit points are more fragile. A creature's current hit points, usually just called hit points, can be any number from the creature's hit point maximum down to 0, and it never goes lower than 0. This number changes frequently as a creature takes damage or receives healing. When a creature takes damage, the damage is subtracted from the hit points. The loss of hit points has no effect on the creature's capacity until the creature drops to 0 hit points. And this is where a lot of the nuance behind hit points has been lost. For those of you who know a little bit more about hit points, is that there's a little bit more to it than that, right? Unfortunately, they spell out some of it, but they don't spell out all of it. Now, this is not taken from the 5e Player's Handbook. It's actually taken from this book. Okay, this is like a little quick guide. The explanation in the 5e Player's Handbook, which frankly I don't think will be much better. Let me just find the page for hit points. Background tools, feats. No. It'll be in the index. Let's find the index. Index hit points. Hit. Hittite, hit dice, hit points. Maximum hit points 12. 12, 15. Oh god, it's all over the place. Alright, wonderful. So there's another problem. It's like, do we have to have it everywhere? H. 15. Okay. 12 hit points. Hit points. Here we go. Hit points. Your character's hit points define how tough your character is in combat and other dangerous situations. Your hit points are determined by your hit dice, short for hit point dice. Okay. Okay, so at first level, you have 1 hit dice. The dice type is determined by your class. You start with hit points equal to your highest roll of the die, as indicated in your class description. You also add your Constitution modifier, which you determine in step 3. This is also your hit point maximum. Record your hit points. So really what it says is it tells you how to figure it out and tells you nothing else. And I am not that impressed, frankly. Okay, fly down with the book. Hit points should include soak from armor, but it means the blunt attack is not prone, even though, tank wars. Okay, so now hit points. It's got a big section in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Ed Edition. Gary took a lot of time to explain this concept. I know because I saw there's a section that said hit points. Okay, character hit points, page 34. Page 34, where are you? I remember reading this years ago, and I was like, oh, now I understand. To give you an idea, Gary's written 4 paragraphs on hit points, which there's no way I'm going to do that. That's just too much. Okay? Absolutely far too much. But what he says and what he explains is really, really interesting, and I think a bit more important to actually include it. Okay. All characters and monsters have I'm going to say this abstract number of hit points, bracket health points, health points that measure how long they survive in a battle before falling unconscious or dying. That's really what it is. Yep. Okay, so that's my first bit. So these hit points represent how much damage, actual or potential, the character can withstand before being killed. A certain amount of these hit points represent the actual physical punishment which can be sustained. The remainder, a significant portion of hit points at higher levels stands for skill, luck, and or magic factors. A typical man-at-arms can take about 5 hit points of damage before being killed. Let us suppose the 10th level fighter has 55 hit points, plus a bonus of 30 hit points for their level of fighter. Okay, so they now have 85 hit points. This is the equivalent of about 18 hit dice. So what it basically means is, just to sum it up, is that hit points, the last few, you've got a small portion of your hit points for your character as you level up and get higher level is actually the meat, is the physical side of things. So that last few hit points that you have that get lost, that drop you to 0 hit points, that's when you actually took physical damage. The rest of the time it represents something completely different. A lot of you who have been playing the game for a long time will know this already. Yep. How high magic versus high, yeah, the setting is the... Yes, well, so let me get this. I'm not going to be able to put my glasses on because the damn words in the thing are so small. So let's see if I can get this right. The terminal. Okay, the hit bracket health points represent the potential, the actual or potential damage that a character can take before being taken out of a fight. It always boils down in fantasy to magic versus cleric. Hence, yeah, to a certain degree. So now I had years ago written down a pretty good explanation of how hit points work, and so you bear with me if I take my time making sure I get this right, because I hate the modern version of how hit points are worked out or explained. A small portion of the character's hit points are related to the physical injuries they can sustain before reaching 0. Okay, so have I got this? A small portion of the hit points are related to the physical injuries they can sustain before reaching 0. Beyond level 1, the additional hit points represent now so represent what is it? Represent so beyond level beyond first level, the additional hit points represent the character's luck, skill, increased skill, willpower. It's been a while since I've had to write something like this for hit points. I want all the classes in the basic game to advance the same way. Having a different advancement process would be an advanced game. It would be a variant. So, and it's easy to pull it out and then it's something you can just chuck in and pull out easy peasies, right? So willpower, stamina. What else is there? Oh, Jesus. And magical Magical effects. Is that really the word I want? Thesaurus. All over the place. Let's have a look. What do we got here? Parts, components, details, factors, points, details, items, facets, aspects. Describing importance. All balance is based on cleric versus mage, both law. I'm not sure what that means. Influences. So beyond the first level. All right, so there we go. So this is what we want here. Now, how do we actually determine our hit points? This is where I have to actually write something, and I have to have something in place that will work. And since I have not actually got classes in this, you're making your own up, that means that I have to have something that will work for a generic sort of broad game. This is going to be a bit more harder than I thought, eh? No. But it is, it's true. Okay, so let's see. A monster or character's hit points are bracket health points are calculated by adding their class adding their class hit point dice okay. I counted by adding the class in fantasy. Well, I'm a little stuck. Why am I a little stuck? I'm a little stuck because I don't have a structure to put it on, and I need to have a structure that's going to work. Alright, a little bit of a thought required on my part. A monster or character's hit points, health points are calculated by adding their class dice to their constitution's bonus at level 1. Monster or character's hit points are calculated by adding their class hit point dice roll. We're going to get you to roll it to their constitution bonus at level 1. Additional levels are calculated in the same way. Okay. The range of hit point dice for classes can be, and this is where the Game Master will determine this, can be, and it is a D4, D6, D6, D8, D10, or D12. The range of hit point dice for a class can be the range of hit point dice for a class is determined by the Game Master, which can be da 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 da. There, I got it. All right, it was hard work. All right, so it took me a little while, but I think I got what I needed out of that. It wasn't easy. At least it's not 4 paragraphs or 2 sentences that still isn't enough information to explain what the heck is going on. Okay. Right, so determine hit point or health points. All character and monsters have an abstract number of hit health points that measure how long they survive in a battle before falling unconscious or dying. The hit or health point represent the actual or potential damage that a character can take before being taken out of a fight. A small portion of the character's hit points are related to physical injuries they can sustain before reaching 0. Beyond the first level, the additional hit points represent the character's... Okay, so small portion of the first level character's hit points are related to the physical injuries they can sustain. That's better. That's what I wanted. I was wondering of making sure have I made it clear. First level, this is where you're dealing with meat. After that, it's not meat. It is something else, which I think is clear. Beyond first level, the additional hit points represent the character's luck, increased skill, willpower, stamina, and magical influences. A monster or character's hit or health points are calculated by adding their class hit point dice roll to their constitution bonus at level 1. Additional levels are calculated in the same way. The range of hit point dice for classes is determined by the Game Master, which can be D4, D6, D8, D10, D12. Alright. Good work, if hard. It was very, very hard, but I think... I think I got it. I'm a completely aware, people, that what you're seeing here is a first draft. And so when I finally have the first draft organized in a way that it actually can be readable, great news, okay? Right, armor class. That took me a while to get my head around, but I got there eventually, thankfully. Armor class. Looking at the new one, looking at the old one. I'm going to hate looking at the new version of armor class. Again, that'll probably just drive me batty. What I can do before I explain it is I can at least write down how you figure out your armor class. And so that's probably a good idea to do that first, right? Because I don't think I'm going to have the calculation be very different. I think it should be pretty much what it always has been. So armor class or armor defense can be the same. Armor. AC, armor class. Armor. Where are you? Armor class. 7, 14, 144, 177. You gotta be kidding, people. Alright. Talk. No matter, nobody can find anything. Alright, here we go. Armor class. Number 7. Well, that doesn't explain armor class. Well done. Okay, so that's not the right page to be looking on for a modern book. Armor class. Scattered like a ass. Okay, 14. Let's try 14. Does 14 actually explain? Oh, okay, here we go. So we've got about 3 paragraphs on armor class in the 5e book. What do you got here? Your armor class represents how well your character avoids being wounded in battle. Things that contribute to your armor class include the armor you wear, the shield you carry, and your dexterity modifier. Okay. So yes, all right. So let's get this done. A character. Whoops. Let's push this over a bit. A character or monster's armor class is calculated by adding dexterity bonus to the to 10 if they aren't wearing armor carrying a shield or have magical effects in place. I think that's it. Okay. Runaway versus survive, fight to the death, despair, morale, results. I'm a little bit lost by what you're trying to say there. I think you could say it's very much very much a modified Beck-Me 5e game. You know, Beck-Me and 5e are very similar. I was looking at them in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and I mean, there's not a huge amount of differences. I mean, there are, but at its core, they are essentially the same game. Right, so this is what I want to do. I like the idea of ascending armor class. It's intuitive. THAC0 is not my approach to anything. So, what else did I want here? If a character is wearing armor, if a character is wearing armor, holding a shield, or has a magical effect, granting a bonus, then add these to the armor class calculation. Okay, I think that's got our calculation side. Except for Thieves' Tools, yes. I do, I really do. I think they're very, very close. Right, now. Okay, so characters need to be trained in using armor and shields correctly to benefit from them because otherwise they will suffer penalties determined by the game master. Okay. I think that's it. 5-minute break. Yeah, I probably should take a 5-minute break. 3 more minutes. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. Okay. Let's see if I can get armor class locked down, though. That would be good if I could. Now, I've already written a whole lot of information on how armor class works in a different section. So what I'm going to do is, so that I find this again, I'm going to highlight here so I don't get lost amongst my notes. But I did write a whole bunch of stuff on armor class already. I'm pretty sure. Abilities, penalties. No, target numbers, saving throws. Attack rolls. Here we go. Okay, so. It's kind of this already again. But is that what I want to say? I'm going to copy it. I'm going to go back to where I was. But I don't know that that's necessarily what I'm saying here. If anything, I'm probably not saying that. Which I know sounds strange, people, but let's just bear with me. Okay. And so let's just unhighlight that little section. So I found myself again. Cool. All right. Let's have a look. The armor class of a character or monster represents okay. The armor class of a character or monster represents an abstract value value indicating their ability to avoid successful hits that reduce hit points through ranged weapon let's go hits in a now in the modern version it says wounds, being wounded in battle, but that's not what it really is. Hitting your armor class doesn't mean you're going to get a wound at all. It just means you're reducing hit points or health points in a fight. Okay. All right. Use your weekend, is it? Okay. One of the Palm PDFs I'm going to send you is something I found called Perfect Class. It's a loose guide to creating classes in BeckMe. Hey, thank you, Pale Rider. I haven't said it, but I'm going to, at some point, try to figure out if I can write something up that allows you to figure out how to make your own classes. So that's really useful. Seriously? Really, really useful. Okay. Only material training, otherwise I can figure it out. Wisdom bonus versus intelligence modifier. Snort. I'm not sure what that means. It's your weekend. Yeah, you're not convincing me, dearie. You're not convincing me. Okay, so is there anything else about armor class in the modern book that I am wanting to... Yeah. I'm not even going to start referring to the fact that you might have a different calculation. That might come up, but I'm leaving that alone for now. And I don't want to be sending you to another page at present. So, right, so that's armor class. That's armor class. Okay, so that's fine. Let's have a look at armor class somewhere else. I'm certainly aware that this is taking a long time, people, but I guess these are things that frankly there's a huge holes in the current game, and so they're going to take me a little while to nut through. And I can't just copy and paste what somebody else has done. I do have to still write it in my own words. And I have to give it some of my own meaning too. Soak option. So I think, no, I'm pretty happy with that. So let's just have a look at First Ed Edition Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Tell me you have a section that explains how armor class works. Armor, here we go. 36, page 36. Please do not fall apart on me. 36. Armor, here we go. Oh, look, proficiency tables. Oh, and who would have thought that proficiency existed before 5th Ed edition? Weapon proficiency. Oh my god, look at that. I can see the word weapon proficiency. Armor class table. No shield, so there's a table for this. Here we go, armor class. 1st Ed edition, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. What does it say? Armor along with the use of a shield is the basis for determining how easy a character can be struck by an opponent's weapon. Other factors modify this, of course. Okay, So they've got other factors going in here. I am wondering if maybe I need other factors myself, because it's probably not a bad idea. Okay, so here we go. If a character is wearing armor, holding a shield, has a magical effect granting a bonus. I won't go or yet. Bonus or other factors provide a bonus or penalty, then add these to the armor class calculation. And I'm not intending there to be a lot of other factors, people. I really are not. I know. Really, I'd like to keep it down to armor, shields, magic, and that's it. Ultimately, that's where my head would be at. Hi, Ranger. How are you? Hello. Take the dog out. Take a break. Yes, I need to take a break as well. You're here for 3 hours. I'm here for 5 hours. Good luck for me. How are you, Ranger? Okay, so let's continue. I want to finish reading this section. I'm going to get armor class done, and then I'm going to disappear for a little bit. 5 minutes at the most. So, other factors modify this, of course. Dexterity and magical effects are the two principal modifiers. Okay. Do not confuse armor, which is worn, with armor class rating of a monster. Okay. Although a creature might be given a very high armor class because it's exceptionally thick hide, armor plating, chitinous skeleton, or the like, the other factors are considered in such ratings. For example, good lord, this is hard to read. The size of the creature, its speed, its agility, and perhaps its supernatural, extra-dimensional, or multiplanar existence. Core aspects are considered the armor class of all non-human type monsters. Therefore, a monster with an armor class of 2 will not be carrying a shield. Right. Armor types are given on the table below. Note these inclusions. The shield raises. Okay, yeah, that's nothing. Small shield, normal shield, attacks from the right flanking, cost of armor class varies. Speaking of which, okay, so I feel like we've kind of nailed that down. That seems all right. I'm still not completely convinced that I've got everything that I need there. So I'm going to check the 5th ed edition book to make sure there's nothing else that I did not take into consideration. And I'm even tempted to go and have a look. I hate to say it, at 2nd ed edition as well. Armor my something. Armor class. So I've looked at 144. What the heck? Everywhere under the sun. 144. No wonder people get so confused. Armor class, armor proficiency, whatever. That's nothing much there. And then 177. Is there anything additional there? 107. Come here. Armor class, armor class, armor class, armor class. Where are you? There ain't nothing there. I don't know why they're referring to armor class and there's nothing there. There's nothing there. Fine. Right. 2nd ed edition. Let's have a look at you. I think I've got it. I think I got it nailed down. I think I got it right. Which of course won't be called armor class. It's probably going to be called armor defense, people. Does anybody really intuitively understand what armor class means? Where if you say armor defense, it makes sense. I think it's more intuitive myself. So You guys must be thinking he's out of his mind sometimes. Let's just see. Oh, it's got an index. That's right. Second edition actually put an index in the book. Wow. So page 118 to 119. That's it. That's it. Oh, there's things everywhere else. Okay. There's a whole lot of other things, but at least it's not quite. At least those two pages are close together. 118 and 19. All right. So 118, 119. Armor class. Definition. Many game terms apply to armor class. Is the protective rating of a type of armor. In some circumstances, armor class is modified by the amount of protection gained or lost because of a character's situation. For instance, crouching behind a boulder provides a character's armor class. Yeah, but we're probably not going to worry about that. Other factors. Armor class does not absorb damage or prevent it. Okay. So it doesn't absorb it. Okay, so this is that. That is this. It's actually a very small section. It's actually very, very small. I'm feeling a lot better about what I have written here. Haha, sweet. See ya, dearie. I'll see you later. Okay, so now before I disappear, let's just see what my next task is along this long journey. It's not that long. I've done this. This is 4 sessions in, and I've got this far. And trust me, there's a lot of material here for 4 sessions. Character advancement. This is definitely something I need to talk about next. But blimey, okay, character advancement, I'll come back to you. Was there something else that I had definitely needed to cover today to get down? Explaining grappling and holding, it's going to be more difficult. Armor class, more. Now, I've already done more on armor class. I've explained armor class somewhere else. So we're going to get rid of this. This is not going to be much good to us there. It's a dangerous thing to have it split up because it means it'll be on different pages. I'm not really liking the idea of having things on different pages. What is combat made up of? Okay. Okay, so that can get rid of these. That can go. We're not really missing anything at present, which is nice. Combat's made up of, and that there, when my brain is working properly, I will nail it down. No, it's not that. That's not really that many spaces now. How did that happen? Am I just lucky? Maybe I'm just lucky. Love to learn from more experienced DMs and players. Really appreciate the streams, Fred. Hey, you're welcome. I'm learning along the way, dude. I'm just so thankful that so many of my subscribers sent me all of the older Advanced Dungeons and Dragons books, because it's been really helpful. I used to have to try and look through them on a PDF. It's small writing on a PDF plus the radiation on my eyes. I just can't do it. By the time I get to the end of the stream, I won't be able to look at anything. My eyes will be a mess. Anyway, character advancement. Now, I did actually ask a question around character advancement. My question to you is, do you prefer, you probably do, a topic in one place in a book, or is it all right to scatter the information information when it applies to the rules? That is my question to you. All right, there we go. That is my question to you. I know it's pretty obvious what the answer should be, right? You probably don't want that scattered everywhere. But I know there are some times when they do it because it doesn't seem like there's any other way. So I'll be back in a second. 5 minutes or less. All right, in they come. Back into it. Let's have a look at what people are saying here. What do you got here? Prepare, cook, and survive. One place with reference to page X in bracket for other sections where it can be possibly related. Yeah, fair enough. Neatly categorized all information. Don't want a Vampire of the Masquerade 20th anniversary moment. To be, hello to be. Hey, I have a question to be because, look, one of my reasons for not pursuing Vampire of the Masquerade or Call of Cthulhu is I heard they were very good games, but some of the modern editions or versions are not very good, apparently. And so I've always been a little bit concerned about the fact that they don't seem to have a unanimous, it's a really good thing. But then all role-playing games kind of have that sort of that sort of stigma attached to them nowadays. Like, oh, there's something wrong with it. But I don't know what it is because I'm not familiar with these games. But interesting that you say that. I didn't realise that Vampire of the Masquerade 20th anniversary moment had it all scattered everywhere. What do you got here, Joe? I prefer everything on a topic to be in one place if possible. So that's one of the things that I need to ensure I do. And those of you, so Joe and anybody who winds up grabbing the PDF, the first draft off Patreon when it's ready, I need you to tell me if it's organized like shit. if it's really badly organized, you need to let me know so that I can do something about it, because it bugs the heck out of me too. Okay. So I'm all for trying to make that a much easier transition for people, including myself. So next, character advancement. Character advancement, and I suppose it means a discussion around experience points. Is that going to be separate? It probably is. Character advancement and experience points. Yeah. Okay. So one of the things I had been considering is just using the existing Dungeons and Dragons experience point table progression for level 1 through to 20. I was just going to use that table. I know that a lot of people have issues with it, and there apparently are people who've done a better job of presenting the number of how much experience you need to earn before you go to another level. And so if somebody has a link, or if you can't put a link in, you can provide me with a little bit of information about a better table to use than the one that is in D&D 5e. There's no way I'm using Advanced Dungeons and Dragons experience point scales, because that's just awful. And in my understanding is, I could be wrong, but let me just have a look. So if I look at 5th ed edition and then I look at 4th ed edition, is experience points laid out exactly the same? Because that's where my... I don't want to make a game that's so different to what you're used to that it's totally unfamiliar. Do you know what I mean? It still needs to be familiar enough. I just want to try to fix up all of the silliness that can occur. Races? No, we don't want races. I want the class scale for experience. Where the heck is you? Where are you? God, this thing's laid out like garbage. Where are you? Character levels. Is there an index in here? Please tell me that yes, there is. Character levels. See, character. Class skills. Class specific character. Sizes. I remember now, it's really hard to find it in this book. It's like a complete pain in the butt. It's just not there. Why can't I find it? What have you got here? You guys have answered my question. 5th ed edition Vamp has the D&D 5e problems where they cut out most of the content from previous editions in favour of streamlining it. Oh dear. So what is the best version of Vampire of the Masquerade to be? Hello Spirit Wolf, how are you doing? Oh, I think so. Maybe advancement by experience points as points to improve stat skills. No, because I'm not using. I mean, I'm so when there are classes built, I am looking to have improving ability stats, yes, or ability scores. Skills, like that's something else. What we're talking, I guess it's just to get you. What is the scale from level 1 to 20? That's really all I'm worrying about right now for character advancement. I'll see you later. Prepare, cook, and survive. I think there was a change, and for the life of me, I can't find the 4E. I'm sure I had this problem in my game. So whoever's game mastering, said, it's really easy. It's right here, and it's like I went right past it or walked right past it, and I just didn't see it. And I'm still just walking right past it and I can't see it. Well, guess what? Oh, here it is. It's page 29 in the 4E Player's Handbook. So, yeah, it's completely different. It looks completely different. You need a shite load of experience points in 4E to level up. What does 3.5 tell me? Please don't be hard to find. Class and level bonuses. 21. Let's try 21. 21. Has that got it? Where it's nice and... Yes! Yeah! You are so easy to find. I love you. You are so funny. Okay. Again, it is completely different again. Oh my lord. Okay. Oh, I should have guessed. I haven't seen even seen the 4th edition. That's all right. You don't want to. All right. So let's get this done. We've got to put something down here. Okay. So first things first. Character level advancement is the same experience point scale experience point table for all classes or career paths. There is no way I want to be adding that kind of complexity to a game where I'm trying to take it away. I'm trying to take away complexity, so there's no way I'm going to add that. So they all have to be the same. No, I wouldn't say 4E was my favourite one. I was a game master and a player for it. I wouldn't say it was my favourite. Okay, so what is my favourite? Star Wars Saga. But not for the game system. Just because I could be in a Star Wars universe. And it's really the only reason. That's the only reason. It's always the narrative. Now. Okay. So, a character played by a character run by a player needs to overcome threats Was I a flying Jedi Master? I did play a Jedi Master. A Jedi. I didn't get to a Jedi Master. Jedi Master takes a little while. Okay, a character run by a player needs to overcome threats. Complete quest goals. And challenges to gain experience points. Now, to gain levels. Okay. Levels. All right, so sorry, I almost forgot there's a little bit of a catch with this. I'd almost forgotten what I had intended to do here. A character run by a player needs to overcome threats, complete quest goals, and challenges to gain levels. Character level advancement is the same. Table for all classes or career paths. So I'm actually going to use milestones as the standard for the basic game. For those of you who thought I was going to use experience points, no, I'm going to make experience points the variant rule. Most of us, I wouldn't say, is it most of us, but there's a lot of people just using milestones and not using experience points anymore. And so I feel like just saying, okay, there's a certain point, a certain thing you need to do, okay, and then you gain your milestone and you progress that way. So that is what I want to present as the standard for the basic game. Because it's super simple, it's a lot less work for the Game Master, and as you know, I'm trying to reduce Game Master workload and make it easier to run and play. So that's what I want to do. Yeah. Overcome threats. We can include fight monsters. Complete quest goals and challenges to gain levels. So, when the Game Master okay. The Game Master determines the criteria are required to advance to the next character level using a story or character milestone. Okay, now I just need to explain what milestones is. That's my next problem, right? And for those of you who are getting upset, don't get upset. Just stay with me. Variant experience point option. Variant experience point option. Okay. Bold, underline. Okay, so right. So alternatively, so here we go. Define milestones. I may not have done a very good job of defining that, so I'll come back to that. Okay, so alternatively, a Game Master can use a character level experience point table. Yeah, that's very much. Milestones are experienced by modules or GM. That's true. That's true. I guess I don't like the idea of milestones being set by an adventure. I actually like the idea that they're set by a game master. But then if you're talking about pre-made adventures, that definitely Spirit Wolf, that makes sense. Yes, it does. Yeah, it does. I know it does. You know it does. I know it does. Everybody knows it does. Okay. Okay, so this is where things get interesting. Okay, so actually want to go into the index here. This is me being very late to the party. It's all right. I'm only halfway through. I don't know what you're worried about on a Friday in New Zealand, mate. It's a long day for me. By the end of it, you'll be able to push me over with a small gust of breath. Okay, so experience points. Experience. Make sure I get this right. Experience. Really? Is it that hard to find it? Here we go. 15. In the 5e book, it's in 15. I hate how they talk about experience points in 5e. Because do they really talk about it at all? Okay. Okay. A character. Where have we got it here? No. When a character gains a specific amount of experience points, they gain a new level. Each new level. Now I don't need to say this. I've just realized I don't need to say this. Paste. Each new level level gives the character extra what are we going to call it, abilities, spells, powers, training, powers, and features determined by the class or career path. Okay, I think that's right. Oh, okay. All right. Interesting. Then I just made it before you. 5e they changed it to very east from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and then they make it up all the experience points. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do really want to. Look, what I am trying to do is I'm just wanting to give you a choice. I mean, I'm just going with milestones as your standard, and then you use experience points after that. And yeah, that's really where my head is at with this. So, each new level gives the character extra training, abilities, spells, powers, and features determined by the class or... Okay, so defining that, I'll do that in a second. Now, back to experience points, because I got sidetracked. Hi, Matt. How are you, Matt? How are you doing? Just wanted to say hi. It's going to die. Oh, okay. AM. You're at work. Oh, don't get into trouble. You can catch the rest later if you're a sadist and want to watch something as long as this. Absolutely. So, but yeah, to be frank, the live stream is an opportunity just to jump in and say, how's it going? What are you up to? Can I help? This is my 2 cents. Do you know what I mean? That's sort of where my head's at with that. Okay, so we've got an experience point table, the character's specific amount of experience points to gain a new level. I'm not determining that right now. And now I've got to go with easy typos of me. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if I can just rattle this down. A game master. Now, master can award, we're going to get fun here, award experience points for any of the following killing monsters, bribing monsters, here. Overcoming or avoiding a trap, dealing with natural hazards, completing puzzles. Help me, people. Help me. Come on. We were talking about this before. Throw them out there. I know you're ready. I know you've all got different reasons why you award experience points. Throw them at me now. This is the time. What do you award experience points for? Okay, start throwing them out there, because ultimately, really, I could just say the Game Master can award experience points for anything they like, but that doesn't give you any guidance as a Game Master, which is why I'm providing a list. Solving a problem. Negotiating with a non-player character or monster. Here we go. That's our social meetings. But that's not everything. Yes. Collecting gold coins and spending them on training. It's a very old concept, I know, people. I'm just, is there anything I've missed? No, there is. There is something I've missed. There's definitely something. What have I missed? Come on. Brain, turn over. Spit it out. It wants to come out, but it's not coming out. Completing quest goals. We want that, don't we? Completing quest goals. Completing quest goals. Strongholds. What have I missed? So I've covered a lot here. Killing monsters, bribing monsters, overcoming or avoiding a trap, dealing with natural hazards, completing puzzles, solving a problem, negotiating with non-player characters or monsters, collecting gold coins and spending them on training, completing quest goals, and anything they would like. I think we kind of covered that under solving a problem or I see what you're saying here. Avoiding a fight. That's really what you're trying to say, Fred. Yep. If I needed to take what you were trying to say and condense it down, avoiding a fight. Can you imagine if you could award experience points by just the players avoiding the fight? The fight's going to happen, but they figure out how to avoid it. I mean, how they avoid it's up to them. And anything. Okay, so they would like to reward players' behavior for. Now, let's talk about experience points. The only reason to have experience points is to use it like a carrot to increase a player's behavior. It's like a non-tangible reward that has a tangible result in the game. Since we can't pay them in money, in real money, the players, for coming and doing this and engaging in a certain behavior, so you tailor the way that you give out experience points by using the things that you want to continue to get them to do more of. So if that's complete puzzles, then they complete puzzles, they get more experience points. If you want to award only experience points for killing monsters, that's all the players will ever be trained to do. It's one of those reward punishment factors. Like if you want to reward somebody and get them to continue a particular behavior, then you reward them for the things you want them to continue doing. So writing spells, creating magic items. I actually like the idea. It's probably not going to be super popular with a lot of people, Spirit Wolf, but I actually like the idea. I'm not suggesting they create a whole lot of magic items, creating a magic item. Because you learn something. So I think there's another thing I need to say about experience points, because a lot of people kind of get, they shouldn't be leveling up unless they did some training. Your training is doing things. Like, training is just the practice. That doesn't actually get you the experience. Experience is by doing it for real. And in adventuring, that's where you get it, really. Dear? Any learned experience for the PCs? Yes, building weapons and armor. Okay. We could apply app, but we're gone broke here. hiring. Was it training hirelings? Yes, training an apprentice. An apprentice. I think that's what you were trying to communicate there. Training an apprentice. Apprentice. I don't have to put everything down under the sun, do I? So let's now. There is a little provisor to experience points that I need to point out. Have I put it in here though? Game Master can award experience points for any of the following: training monsters, bribing monsters, avoiding a fight, overcoming or avoiding a trap, dealing with natural hazards, completing puzzles, solving a problem, negotiating with a non-player with a non-player character or monster. Oops, okay, I'm rereading it now. Creating a magic item, training an apprentice, crafting armor and weapons, training an apprentice, collecting gold coins and spending them on training, completing quests. Now, the reason for the gold is like it gets you to... The old idea is if you don't have to worry about killing the monsters, you just need to steal their stuff. Steal their stuff, take the gold back, and then you're done. So they look at an alternative solution to just kill everything, which is it's a really good way to manage somebody's wacky behavior if all they want to do is be psychotic. Completing quest goals and anything that would anything they would like to reward players' behavior for. Okay. Now, little provisor with experience points. Yes, I agree. I'm not. Yeah, I wouldn't dispute that at all. So, the acquisition of experience points doesn't require training periods specifically outside of the adventure because adventuring because exploring the world and going on adventures is the character's best way to get actual experience in the field. That's what I wanted to say. I know there's a lot there. I've given them a whole bunch of information, but it's one of those things that's always bugged me. Best way. Because, yeah, I know a lot of game masters, what they will do is that you'll get all your experience points, but then you have to take a training period where you go off and you train in a environment that's nice and safe and so forth, really. And you pass a certain amount of time passes, and then you get to level up. And if you've ever been involved in the martial arts or involved in fighting or doing anything, like the best experience is not the training, it's being in the field. It's actually doing it for real. And doing it for real is adventuring, exploring the world, going on adventures. That's where you're really getting, that's how I see it. So I don't feel like there needs to be it can only happen when the sun goes down, you're having a long rest, or after you've spent two weeks with your mentor or your trainer or your sensei doing your thing, then you level up. The best experience for any character, any person, is the real deal. Yep. Okay. Max fails and critical successes. When on a one or a roll. So what are we doing here? Actually doing non-combat skills. Yeah, I think we covered under the solving problems thing. I think that's where we're all good there. I think we'll be fine. Let's get rid of this. Instead of milestones, the players who never shows up has a PC that never gains levels, and I think they deserve that. Okay, all right. Merchant theme, actually doing... okay, right, so that's that bit done. I needed to define milestones, and for the life of me, I saw a really good explanation of how milestones, or defining what a milestone is. And I don't know. I know. Let's have a look and see if I can find this. I've written it down more than a few times in other documents, but it's like, yeah, okay. Did it work that way? Who knows? Who knows? Milestones. Where are we? Milling my stone. Mile my stones. Mile milling, middle minions. Milestones. Doesn't have milestones. Interesting. So if you look up milestones in this book, there's nothing. Very, very strange. Milestones are apparently not a thing that you can find in the book. I guess that's why everybody winds up making videos on milestones on YouTube. That's really weird. Chapters of an adventure, almost top of the hour. Yes, I'm aware, which is good. It's good. I'm very appreciating the reminding me that I need to take breaks, because I know that I just want to keep going. Where are we? Summaries, Tears of Plague. No, not happy with this. Let's have a look here. Does this little quick guide actually do anything useful? Or is it completely useless to me? Milestones. So they've got milestones as a thing. It's probably in the Dungeon Master Guide. That would be it, right? It's like it's not the standard. It's the optional thing you do. Well, I suppose I can see a point to that. I'm not sure that I agree with it, but that's really beside the point. Like, because who cares? Ultimately, in the end, who cares whether I agree with it or not? That's not the point at all. Okay, milestones. I'm pretty sure that 4E had milestones coming out their ears. Liquid shots. Yeah, milestones. Exactly. You got to be careful. Don't assume that just because I agree with something, I actually do agree with it. Sometimes I'm just playing. Okay, milestones. Okay, 4E milestones 259. Here we go. I knew there was 259. 259. Come on, baby. Come to Papa. Here we go. Really, really short. You gain benefits when you reach a milestone. When you complete 2 encounters without stopping. What? That's it. That's their idea of an explanation. No wonder nobody knows what the heck to do with milestones. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's have a look here. Let's refer to this page here. All right, fine. I'm going to write it myself. Milestones. Let's go with first. Let's look up milestones, because I kind of wonder what the definition is. Define milestones. Okay. A stone set up beside a road to mark the distance in miles to a particular place. Yeah, well, that makes sense. A significant stage or event in the development of something. Well, okay. Pardon me. Is a... let's go out of that. Is a significant stage in the development of a of the character. Okay. Okay. Determine advancement for the next character using. Okay, so define a milestone is a significant. Right, so let's go here. A milestone is a significant stage or event in the development of the player characters or the advancement of the adventures story and I think that's it. I think that's really what there's two types, right? There's one that's sort of player character focused, and there's one that is adventure story plot focused. And characters or the advancement of the adventures story plot. Does that make sense? Am I saying too much there? Okay, hang on. Okay, back from the door. Right, yes, okay, good. My post by PC didn't make it, I think. Okay, all right, well, it's a shame. I should probably take another break because I'm already up to... This is hour number 3. So, we've got character advancement. We've got experience points and how to go about using them. And actually, that's done pretty well. I'm pretty happy with that. This is a bit more well organized. This here is where a lot of my work needs to be done now. I realize polyhedral dice is probably going to be the next thing. Sample of play. This is all the stuff that I've been avoiding. If you hadn't figured it out, the introduction stuff, I've been avoiding doing any of it. Why? Because I know this is the one that it requires nuance. It really does. To do it well, it requires nuance. And I am not convinced that I have nuance in the live stream. Do you know what I mean? If anything, I think I have anything but nuance in a live stream. So let me just ask you a question before I zip off. And I'm really disappointed in some of these books that really provided like I doubt I'll find anything in... Would Milestones be in 3.5? I don't think I'd find it in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. I don't think it was there at all. I think it was far from a concept of milestones looked at in that way. It's a very it's a bit more... It's a different way of looking at things, I guess. Milestones. No, I don't think so. Nothing in there. 5e book doesn't do a very good job of it. It's probably in the Dungeon Master Guide. Okay, so here is where my next problem lies. I'm going to talk about dice in a second. How do you explain the dice to people? Come on, phone. Here we go. Hashtag. How do you explain the different dice to new people? Because that is the problem. Is like, how do you explain it without making it confusing? And I've always found it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do, but there's a better way to do it and a terrible way to do it, right? I'll be back in 5 or less. Coming back into it. And I get into the space. Okay. Sweet. Over we go. And I'll come back to this in a second. I just remembered there's something I missed. Something I haven't explained, which I probably will have to. Where are you? End of this document somewhere. God, 14 pages. Jeez. Well, this is big writing. I suppose that's something. Calculating damage. Damage from a hit. Haven't done that. Grab the bar. Where is it? There. Polyhedral dice. There we go. Let's have a look and see what people have to say about how they have explained it to people. Maybe this will help me word it in a way that isn't complete about face. Let's have a look. Platonic aspects. Put them in order. Dice are probability generators. Yes, they are. Yeah, well, yeah. Different sided dice, a random probability generators. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Fred. I've got it down. D20 is the action dice rolling when an action or event happens. It needs to be resolved. Okay. Yes. I agree. The 20-sided dice, bracket D20. D20 is the action dice that is rolled to resolve anything the characters or monsters will do that has a chance of failure or success. Would that be about right? Spirit Wolf, is that really what you were trying to say? Is that, I feel like that is. Okay. Dice, you will only need one set of these, but you will buy more. No, I'm not going to say that. Prepared, cook, and survive. They can find out the hard way. Okay. D20 equals a 5% chance of a particular number each roll. If it takes 15 plus on the dice to hit, there are 6 numbers of 30 chance. That is so much complexity, I can't say that. I am not going to add that. Fred, I know what you're trying to say. I think your first thing was great. I think starting to go into percentages is too much. I think it's too hard. Dairy, what's that? A DM certified inspiration game capable to teleport inspiration to your choice. I don't know. Okay. I don't understand what you just said. Again, I have no idea. The rest of the dice are for hit points, where it is added or removed from advancement or damage. Okay. All right. Agreed. Okay, Spirit Wolf. The dice, other other than the 20-sided. The dice other than the 20-sided dice. I know you guys, a lot of you are from North America, but modern Oxford English uses dice and die interchangeably. Okay? The world did move the language in a different direction. So don't tell me that it should be die rather than dice. You just look at you can use die or dice interchangeably nowadays to refer to the single or multiple. Okay. The rest of the dice that 20-sided are used for adding or removing hit points to a creature. Okay, I think that's not bad. That's pretty good. So, different sided dice are random probability generators. That create different. That create. Come on. Varying probability ranges. Okay. Fred, I think I got the nail down. One bag, plenty, prepare head, fat. So what are we doing here, dearie? Hi, Ryan. How are you, Ryan? How are you doing? Ryan Andrews. Have you ever played with no experience, but rather used items to enhance your character? For example, you get a hat with a +1 charisma. Yeah. Yeah, I have. All the time. I have this hat here. I'm just not wearing it right now. Ryan, no, I don't know if I've necessarily done exactly what you've described, but I've played with milestones, and milestones is just another way of sort of making that adjustment, right? I'm going to teach cats to pull dice. No, that's not helping me here. You're not helping me here. Dice in combination to create bell curve probabilities such as 3d6 will result in there's no way. We're not teaching them all of that. Nightmare. Oh. Yeah, it's a nice idea, Ryan. I just don't think I'll apply it here. It would have to be a variant that I would put forward. It would have to be a variant idea. You know what I mean? I'm a geek. Percentages are life. Geek nerds think about it. Geeks get it done. Yeah, I understand. But I also want the game to be accessible. The basic game. We're not building the advanced game yet. Okay, leave that for a little bit later. It's fine, Joe. You're allowed to. Okay, it's fine. We don't actually speak exactly the same language. It might seem like it, but North American is not Kiwi English, or yeah. So anyway, let me just sort out the rest of this. a role-playing game involves using different sided dice for a number of purposes. Okay, got that. Okay, a D20, a 20-sided dice. A D20 is the action dice that is used to resolve anything the character or monster will do. It has a chance of failure or success. The rest of the other dice aren't D20, aren't 20-sided. Are used for adding or removing hit points to a creature. Different sided dice are random probability generators that create varying probability ranges. Okay, here we go. A D4 refers to a four-sided, come on, sided dice, a D6 refers to a six-sided dice. A D8 refers to eight-sided dice. A D10 refers to a 10-sided dice, and a D12 refers to a 12-sided dice. God, this is always the painful bit, is chucking this stuff in. This is no, I don't consider North American imperial. Imperial kind of suggests something else. I think I'd consider, what would I consider? I'd consider the Korean government and the Chinese government as imperial. Possibly even the Malaysian government. There's a few others actually. The Indian government, they're not too good either. Yeah. Right now, probably the Russian government. But let's not go there. We can leave that bit now. All right. Explain like you are explaining to a 9-year-old niece. Yeah, this is the wording. A D4. Thank you, Sledgehammer. Not Sledgehammer. What did I say? Sledgehammer. I was thinking of Sledge. So I need to explain it. I actually, my wording is garbage, isn't it? I just realized. If I'm not talking about a 9-year-old, we need to do a 5-year-old. A D4. A D4 is a dice with 4 sides. That's what I need to say. Yeah? I think that's what I need. That's where I went wrong. A D4 is a dice with 4 sides. Why did I not make that easier? I made it. I was like, oh. My light reading in high school was aeronautical engineering textbooks. I don't think so. Okay, you got to deal with dogs again. All right, you do your harness thing. You're a little long in the tooth. I could be a little bit long in the tooth. Okay, so here we go. A D6. D6 is a dice with 6 sides. God. A D8 is a dice with 8 sides. Okay, I'm getting there now. A D10 is a dice with 10 sides. And a bracket triangle. It's not really what I'm trying to say, is it? Triangle, question mark, cube, square. Does a 5-year-old understand the idea of a cube or a square? Again, cube, square. Yeah, I don't know. The other ones are too hard to explain because that's not going to work. But the triangle or pyramid. I don't see. One of my problems is my training is not in teaching very young kids. I am trained as a teacher for adults, so that actually makes things a bit more difficult, doesn't it? And a D10 is a dice with 10 sides. A D10 is and a D12 is a dice with 12 sides. Okay, I think that language, I've taken the language down a little bit, so I think it's a lot simpler than I had before. So thank God for that. Okay. Dice referred to by the largest number on the die. Yeah, but again, if you have to explain it, if you were to explain it to your 5-year-old, would they understand it if you referred to it like that, Fred? That's my biggest problem. Because this is something you have to explain to the players. Yeah. Hello, Norok. Norok is a patron and supports me on Patreon. How are you doing? 5-year-olds want paper rolls dice marks that paper and horse and pet ogre. You lost me a little bit. Play low. Jeez. Percentile dice is the worst one to contend with. Percentile dice is the worst one. Let's get real. If you have to explain anything, it's that percentile dice. Okay, let me just have a look here. I feel like I'm close to finishing this little sucker. At least the dice one. When you need to roll dice, the rules tell you how many dice to roll of a certain type, as well as what modifiers, positive or negative, to add. For example, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, so next is percentile D10, D100 work differently. Okay, alright, so God help me, here we go, percentile. The percentile dice work slightly differently by rolling 2 10-sided dice. To give a value between 1 and 100. The percentile dice work differently by rolling 2 10-sided dice to give a value between 1 and 100. Called the D100. Okay. Right. Okay, I think I got this, but control of a torch subject to, we all know. Okay. Okay, so let's have a look here. I think I've got that bit sorted out. So next here, the first 10-sided dice rolled is the God, I hate this. This is... It does look like a golf ball, but we're not going to use a golf ball. Oh, I hate 10-sided dice and explaining how to do percentiles. Bugger me. The first 10-sided dice rolled is the 10th digit. Is that how it works? Is that really how it works? That's never how I've done it. Is the... It probably is. It's the 10th digit. And the second 10-sided dice roll is the ones digit. Is that how it works? Oh my god. 2 years, yes. Cheers. Hi Phil. Phil, how's it going, Phil? How's it going, Buried X Blade? How's it going, Buried X Blade 2? Is my job need help? Yeah, trying to explain. How do I explain to a 5-year-old how a percentile dice works? Because what I've written, I feel like, is so confusing. I'm not even sure that you can explain it. I think you would have to demonstrate it. I almost feel like you'd have to demonstrate it to a 5-year-old for them to understand what the heck is going on. You can't say the word unit to a 5-year-old. They won't understand. I don't even think a layman's going to understand what a unit means. So yeah, that's where my problem is, X-Blade, is trying to explain how you would describe this. Ooh. Yeah, so far so good, so what? Yes, exactly. Okay, right. Snot on it. Definitely an example is needed. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So here's a point. Demonstrate the rolling of percentile dice to beginner players or children. I need to give them an example so that oh, la, 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 la. Fred got resurrected. I don't know about resurrected, but it may. Maybe amount of counts instead of units. Accounts. No, I don't think it's going to work either. Giving an example is a good idea. Giving an example is a good idea. So, here's the problem. This description is referring to using a is referring to using a two 10-sided dice to make the thing. And I think maybe what I need to do is I need to specify using the special percentile dice. Yeah, a roll of 0 is a 100 roll, a roll of... Phil, I think your example is good. But I also think I need to make a little bit of adjustment here because two 10-sided dice is not really what we normally do. That's the lazy way, right? When you don't have all the dice. So I'm going to just jump in here and grab your little statement here in your example. For example, and let's do this without formatting. A roll of 0, no. Here we go. This is, yeah. So the percentile work and dice work differently by rolling a D Scheißes. percentile. Rolling a percentile 10-sided dice. A special percentile 10-sided dice and a normal 10-sided dice to give a value between. Okay, so I think I've figured this out. I think I finally figured this out. Jeez. Here we go. The special percentile dice dice have 10 sides and are marked with marked with 0, 0 to 90. Now they know how to find that dice, right? That's the special. Okay. By rolling a special 10-sided dice and a normal 10-sided dice to give a value between. And then, for example, a roll of 0, 0 and 0 is 100, while a roll of 50 and 3 is 53. Okay, all right. I'm feeling a bit better about myself. So what do you got here, Fred? I think you've. So, Phil, thank you very much. I think your little example really sort of made me sort of realize I needed to be very specific. At first, as higher, blasphemy. All dice are equal, hence. Yeah, thank you, Phil. I do appreciate it. Find the set with one die, then add. Yep. Okay. So, is there anything else I needed to add in here? There is. The percentile die work different by rolling a special. So the percentile dice itself. Marked with, which I'm going to put in brackets. And it's because I've kind of made it confusing because it looks like it's a low number, doesn't it? And it's not a low number. 10 to 90 to 00. Okay, so Fred, I think you make the point that I probably need to put this in here. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, because it's the worst dice of all, right? It's the one that's like, what the heck is going on here? Who made this game? 80, 90, da. Okay. Brackets. That's what it looks like. Okay. Sweet. We've got an example. We've got that there. I've got a little demonstration to do a demonstration for percentile dice. And then there's last line required for this hoary paragraph. Harder to explain than to demonstrate. Yeah, Fred, that's exactly right. It is really hard to explain in words how it works. But I think that's the best way to do it. I think using two 10-sided dice is the worst way to go about dealing with percentiles. Alright, so... Okay. Suck Now, when the rules require a specific dice to be rolled, when the rules require a specific dice to be rolled, it is indicated in the rules, okay, hang on. Rules with a negative, or positive. Bonus. Okay, an extra divided or issue paid tuition bonus. Okay, so it's got very, very specific about bonus. The word bonus. So modifier, I guess. No, modifier. Linguistic modifiers in the phrase. No. A person makes a partial change. A word, especially in the objective. What? Okay. Phrase. No. It's not the best word to use. I like the word bonus and modifier is like one of the worst words to use. There's got to be a better word for using this. Lacking of special die due to I'm not even going to refer to using 2d10s. I'm not even going to say that. Because it's going to make it even more confusing as before. It was hard enough as it was. What is here? Define numerical modifier. Number modifier. A number, a determiner tells user how many times are in the set. That's not really what it is. Numeric modifier. Token displays a pool. Define a numerical bonus. What is that going to give me? Okay, so here we go. When the rules require a specific dice to be rolled, it is indicated in the rules with a negative or positive number added or subtracted from the dice roll. Okay, I think I got that. Whew. I think that's nailed that down. Sheesh. This is part of the reason why I didn't want to do the dice thing. You'd think it would be easy, but it ain't. It's really, really hard. I'm not even convinced that it's... this is obviously first draft, but I'm not even convinced that that's necessarily that easy to understand what I've written there. But well, who knows how this is going to work. Okay. How to play How to be a game master, how to be a character, simple sample, blah, 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 blah. Okay, what the game master does. What does the game master do? Hashtag. Let's start with that one, shall we? Hashtag. So how to be a player. If you had to explain to 5-year-old, if a 5-year-old can understand how to be a player, then anybody can understand how to be a player. Surely, yes? That's the goal now. Explaining how to be a game master, probably a lot easier to explain. How to be a player? Alright, let's dump that little sucker over there, and let's move this around a little bit. Get rid of a few things. Set up myself. Now, I'm going to do this. I'm going to highlight these little suckers because I haven't got to them yet. And my world, where am I? I don't know. Somewhere behind a rainbow. How to be a player. Okay. Got to explain it now. Bold, underline. 1. Okay. So you go into an adventure and you help others fight monsters. Yes, I suppose that's a good way of explaining how it would work. Otherwise, the problem is that now everybody's just going to be fighting monsters as a player. So we're going to have to be a little bit... okay. A person selects or makes a fictional character to play in an imaginary adventure with a team of other people. Okay, alright, I've got that bit down. Prepare, cook, survive. Do as you will. Poor choices and actions will have consequences, similar to setting a stage for actors. It's actually not a bad idea. I think that a 5-year-old might actually understand the idea of a play. Try not to die. First rule, have fun though. Okay. Alright. Okay. Selects or makes a fictional character to play in an imaginary adventure with a team of other people. Right. Okay. Okay. The team of people playing a character are referred to the venturing party or group. What do you got here, Derry? How to be a game master. Gary Gygax, role-playing mastery. The first book differentiated rolling, as in rolling wargaming, versus role as in personal responsibility. You want it? Stupid expensive. For free, my expense. Derry, I don't want you to go and buy something stupid expensive. Do you know what I mean? I don't think that's a great idea. Stupid expensive sounds like a really... Nah, don't do it. I mean, ultimately, in the end, is it really going to add that much value by getting something like that and trying to reword it, since it was Gary's sort of vision of what it would be, right? And let's get real, Gary's vision and Dave Arneson's vision, a little bit different. And I would say I'm more in the vein of Dave Arneson than I am Gary Gygax. So, yeah. Okay. It's a big no. Big no. Let's not do that. Great. What do we got here? Yes. Much like the improv acting show, Whose Line... No, I'm not going to say in the Whose Line Is It Anyway, but your first point actually is very good, Fred. I think that's sweet as. I'm just going to cut it straight out of the chat. We're going to format, so the players, a character, decide how the characters respond, much like the improvising in a television show, television or theatre show. Okay. The players of a character decide how the characters respond, much like the improvising by actors in a television or theatre show. I think that is pretty... I think I'm on the right track now. Thank you, Fred. I think that helped a lot. Game Master, use the game rules and dice rules to determine success or failure for the first choices. I own it. 30 years. Okay, alright. You have no use for it, and by the way? Yeah. I don't know, dude. I mean, I'd love to see it, but my concerns are a lot of people have been struggling to send stuff to me. Improvising by actors in a television or theatre show. Okay. Yeah, no. It's a good example. It's just I know that a 5-year-old will never have watched it. All right. So there's somebody had sent something about teamwork, and that's when I need to have that there. The team of players. The adventuring. Party need to work as in party sheesh. How does this work here? Party explores, solves problems, collects treasure, and I guess explores the world, solves problems, collects treasure, talks to what do you want? Talks to what? Fantastic creatures, collects treasure, and okay, I'm going to need to drop this down so I can actually see it in the one place. It's going to be spread out otherwise. Collects treasure and fights monsters. The adventuring party explores the world, solves problems, talks to fantastic creatures, collects treasure, and fights monsters. Okay. Okay, so yes, I get your point. I know it needs to be there, Fred. I know it needs to be there. I've been trying to write it and I keep going in a different direction. Global product and gaming review. How are you? Is the market for professional Dungeon Master oversaturated? I have no idea and frankly don't care either. Nothing against your question, but I just don't care. I'm in New Zealand. Most people can't afford to go and buy a Dungeon Master or a Game Master. They're just going to find somebody who's willing to do it for free. So, Fred, your point is I need to get this done. And it needs to be stated. Because if it's not, let's just pull it straight out of your chat here. Okay. For a successful adventure, the players need to have the characters cooperate to achieve a common goal. And it's there. All right. Magnificent. Well, yeah, there ain't a lot of money floating around in New Zealand. Okay. Solves puzzles and coordinates to succeed. Yes, I think we've got that there. Could be solves puzzles. I just put down solves problems. Problems and puzzles is kind of the same thing. I've got to be careful I'm not rewording myself all the time. Okay. Right. Is there anything that I've missed that I needed to say? So here we go. First ad versus free. Oh dear. Are we top of the hour already? Am I top of the hour already? I probably am. It's bound to be a top of the hour already. No? Yes? It's 2 o'clock. Did I take a break at 1 o'clock? I did take a break at 1 o'clock. Is it top of the hour? Somebody tell me. Okay, so what else do I need to put in here? Person selects or makes a fictional character to play an imaginary adventure with a team of other people. The team of people playing a character are referred to as the adventuring party or group. The adventuring party explores the world, solves problems, talks to fantastic creatures, collects treasure, and fights monsters. The players of a character decide how the characters respond, much like the improvising, much like the performance and improvising by actors in a television or theatre show. For a successful adventure, the players need to have a character's cooperation to achieve a common goal. Alright, it is top of the hour, so I'm going to finish this because there's one other thing that somebody had mentioned that I know needs to be here and I haven't put it here. The game master presents the adventure conflicts, challenges, and the Game Master presents the adventure conflicts, challenges, and threats, but is but is not the player's opponent. Okay, that needed to be there. Player's opponent. Okay. Next. The actions of a character played by people in the adventures game will have consequences that could be successful or failure depending on the actions taken and dice rolls made performed. By the people in the adventure game will have consequences that can be successful. It's not a very good way to word it, is it? That consequences that are successful or fail meta, depending on the actions taken and dice rolls performed. Okay, all right. I think that's a better way to I think I got that down. Sheesh, that was actually a lot harder than I thought it would, and it took me quite a long time to actually nut it out and put it in. Oh no, it didn't. It took me half an hour, didn't it? And the other half hour was spent dealing with the different polyhedral dice. Oh, good lord. I suggest scanning the book and emailing Fred the scans. A little work, but he could get that as soon as you send it. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. I think I have videos of me reading it. You probably do. Oh, okay. Yeah, New Zealand Post destroys books or loses them for 5 years. I'm still waiting on Pathfinder 2nd edition that was sent to me by Agile Monk, who is a patron and a subscriber. I'm still waiting on that book. We're hoping it will arrive next week, but who knows? It's been in the like, when will it show up bucket right now. Okay, that's that done. Okay, hashtag, before I will take my break, hashtag, what does a game master do? That's the question for you, and that will be my next task when I get back. And I'm just going to go take that break that I haven't taken. 5 minutes or less, I'll be quick. Ugh. Coming back in. All right, here we go. Let's have a look here. All right. Okay, so I don't need book after 3 years. Let me send. Well, if you want to send it to me, you can, but my email address is in the about section of the YouTube channel. Okay, you just won't be able to find it on the phone. You have to be on desktop. The phone YouTube doesn't show you any email addresses. You have to go to the desktop, or otherwise you won't see it in the about section. But it's there. Anyway, let's get back over to where I was working. And next problem and task is, what does the Game Master do? And we will, not really looking forward to doing a sample of play. I know it has to be done, people, I understand this. I'm just not looking forward to doing it. And I'm assuming I need to do it. I'm pretty sure I would have to. So what do we people got here? Game Master presents a situation for the player's characters, much like setting a stage. Yeah, okay, yes. I always attribute to it as the Game Master is like the director of a film or TV show or a theatre performance. So, okay, so Game Master presents a situation for the players of a character much like a director, a film, television show, or theatre or theatre performance. I guess that will do for now. Yep, sure. Next. Facilitates the player's actions, provides stimulating outcomes for role-playing interaction. Okay. Facilitates the player's characters' actions. Facilitates and adjudicates the rules and adventure the player characters take action. Okay, facilitates and adjudicates the rules and adventure the player characters and rules and adventure the player characters interact with by taking action. I don't like that much at all. It's not working at all. Guides the story. The players determine the PC's action. The game master uses the rules and decides to judge what is right. Okay. Okay. Yes. The game master decides. Decides when a monster or character or player character needs to roll dice to resolve a situation that has a chance of failure. Or success. I think that's got that down. Thank you. Prepare, cook, and survive. Decides when a monster or characters or player character needs to roll dice to resolve a situation that has a chance of success or failure. To determine the outcome. Okay. A 1-1 game I am published once. Nope, it's not superficially stupid, not paragraph. On that note, like a bard, I refuse to be manipulated by the must be less bias or story. I'm not quite sure. Thank you. Guides the story. That's what you got here. Thank you. Spirit Wolf, I see that. Yes. Not like a director, as a GM doesn't like to tell the players what choices to make. Yeah, I suppose that's true. That's probably very true. You do make a good point. Yes, I get your point. Yeah, game master presents a situation for the player characters, player for the players of a character. What would be a better example of this? What would be a better example of this? This is a good point. Yeah. I'm trying to reword it, but he's just made a really good point. Fencer, bow knife. Okay, all right. I need a bit of help here. What have they got in here? Okay. All right. Okay, so here we go. The game master presents a situation for the players of a character. Getting rid of this. Presents a situation for the players of a character. Character that involves oh yeah, okay, doing well. It's probably because it's getting late in the business and I'm getting tired. I know what I'm going to do, people. I should finish writing this bit, but I know after 4.5 hours, my mind is mush. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight this that I haven't finished it. And yes, you're probably looking at this and thinking, how much have you not finished, Fred? Well, as it happens, there isn't very much left. How to play, what a game master does, sample of play method, all of that is done. I think determining damage is the only other thing I haven't done. There's those little highlights I wouldn't worry too much about. So that the grappling and the throwing thing I haven't done, but I don't think that's going to be hard. What is combat made up of? Well, that's going to be that should be a pretty easy line. I don't really think that's going to be hard either. I think the vast majority of it is actually done. Calculating damage from a hit. I'm going to highlight that as well. In the last half hour, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try to arrange things a little bit better, because I've got no more brain power left. It's clear that I'm too tired at this point to be able to function properly. And it's probably not that it can't be explained. It's just that I'm just spent. So let's scroll on down here. We'll come back to finishing things off that when we need to, and I will just rearrange a few things. Probably down here in the character creation section. I'm liking the fact that I put it all into order. That's good news. I'm happy about that. So generating. So this is the first thing I want to do, is I want to shift a couple of these things around. So we're going to cut this. Cut. And drop that down. Paste it. I'm not going to put it under a number because that's not very easy to find. And that's the title there, right? That's really what it is. So we'll cut that, put it here, paste it. Okay, last half hour is me just doing some formatting since my brain is gone. It's probably the better use of my time. Generating ability scores is the first thing I wanted to do. There it is. There's how to do it. Next, and it's pretty solid to what we've got there. So next, select to determine a character level. Say and this is just cut that, drop this down a little bit, make a bit of space, paste it, get rid of the number, give it this for now, and heading, nice and easy to find. I really want to thank everybody who has been helping today, because it is very easy to go off track, like it really is. And if I just sat here on my own and tried to write this, I probably wouldn't do it. It probably just would not get done. So yes, you are definitely moving me to completing it. And this here, we're going to go cut. Now, hang on. What was this? I did not have it in that order, did I? Background. I wanted to go character level background. Where's my background? Background. No. Background. Here it is. Let's cut this. Cut that. Let's move that around. Level background. Paste it. Switch this over and drop that down, and there. Did I do something wrong here? What's this? No, that's right. Okay, all right, sweet. The formatting's got to be done at some point, right? Master of the rules, creator of the game world, and observer of the world the players create. Yeah, absolutely. But like I said, brain function right now, I think the best that I can do is contend with just formatting. Class, heroic, so background and then a class or career path. Background, class, career path. Okay, here it is. This one here. Let's grab that. Cut it. Shove it in here. Paste. Right. Not quite the way I want it, but we'll just push that over there. Drop it down a little bit. And we have that in the right place. Okay. So, character followed by race or species. Race or species. Yes, race or species. Here we go. This is it. This is the next one. And la-da-da-da-da-da. Move it down. Shift that round. So, it's been 2 months. So, I've been working on this for 2 months, right? Doing it about every fortnight, roughly. I think that's about right. And I've got this far. Like, I mean, I feel like the first draft is just about done. And of course, I expect there to be many, many things that I need to adjust. I'm not stupid, people. I realize this. So, species, race, followed by health points or hit points. Health points or hit points. What have we got here then? Species, race, health points, hit points. There we go. There it is. Huge section. Cut. And paste it. And we'll do that. I suppose you're wondering, am I going to use hit points or are you going to use health points? I still haven't decided, actually. This is why I've left both of them up together. So I kind of have a few options. I was thinking really hard about like what I am attached to and not what am I not. There's about 5 or 10 minutes between me typing and you seeing it. I bet there is. I bet there is, Fred. I would not be surprised. Bold, underline. I suppose you're wondering when this is finally done and the first draft of these is out on Patreon, which you will be able to download for free off Patreon. You won't have to be a patron. Armor class defenses. Armor class and defenses is next. I guess you're wondering what am I going to do next? Well, we're going to start working on the standard game and the advanced game. Oh, cut it. Okay, cut. Okay. Stay with it, Fred. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, that will take some time to work through because I expect there to be a breakdown of whatever we're doing. I mean, imagine having a whole lot of different variants for every aspect of the game so you can switch things out, which is where I was heading for, right? It also means at some point I actually have to make classes and races and stuff. So that has to happen at some point, correct? And I will make it. So yes, that's where we're heading. So this is not like this is going to be a process on my Friday in New Zealand that I stop doing at some point, because it's going to be a very much an ongoing process. And then every 2 weeks I will do what do you call it? I'll do a live stream that's sort of like a review of a book or present an idea. I've decided that like presenting ideas to you guys, to everybody, it's not necessarily that useful because it's just blabber rather than I haven't actually created anything that you can just go and use. So this is why I'm kind of utilizing this time in a different manner. Survival points? Yeah. Survival points might be a thing. You never know. All right, so equipment. I mean, I've got to probably build a whole lot of equipment for the standard advanced game. That's the point. I would not do that for the basic game because I just believe you just port over whatever you want from somewhere else or make it up yourself. Do you know what I mean? I'm not really. I feel like that's going somewhere else. So now, this one here, creating magical powers and spells. Is that going to fit? No. There. Okay. All right. So go down one. Okay. There we go. That's that section done. Sweet. All right. I'm feeling a little bit better about this now. Might peek at the original D&D pamphlet booklet and set, which is super basic. Yeah. Well, I have some basic rule sets in front of me, and I mean they have their place. Look, I'm not going to state that there's no way I'm necessarily going to add every single variant rule that we've created here. Okay, that's just not going to happen. But I will present some of them. And I don't want to take anything out just yet. So yeah, just to let you know. All right, so next. Do I need to... I have a question. Do people feel like there needs to be chapters? Do I need to create chapters so that it's broken down into chapters? So does there need to be a chapter that's just character creation or introducing the game or ability scores? Do I need to have chapters? I'm just going to ask that question now, eh? Hashtag. Do I need... It's probably going to make it easier to find stuff too. Do I need to include chapters? Always encourage chapters, Phil? Okay. Alright, so probably do need to include chapters. It's not a bad thing. So let's break up. I feel like this bit here is a chapter. Introduction. Chapter. Chapter 1. So, Chapter 1. Chapter 1. And that is... what is chapter 1 going to look like? I'm sorry. I'm just like chapter 1 is introducing the game. Playing the game, introducing the game. Yes, on the chapters, prepare, cook, and survive. Okay. Chapters. Okay, so chapters, Noroak, set it. Okay, so there's a lot of you who think chapters need to be there, including a patron, so chapters it needs to have. I'm going to do that. What is the first chapter going to be called, though? Or what the hell do I call it? First chapter is how to play playing role-playing games. Oh, no. No. Describe the game. Describe the game. You reckon it should be called Describe the Game? I'm going to put it in brackets. Just describe, brackets that is, describe the game. Introduction is technically a pre-chapter. Yeah, I was thinking that. One explains general mechanics. Examples of what it plays. I don't know how I've done that. Okay. All right. Describe the game. So it's not got all of my game mechanics. Something like this, I guess. That's what I'm guessing. I need to put in here. I don't know what I feel like it's not going to. It doesn't look right. I know I need to do something with it. I just don't know what. Match. Can I just do that? That doesn't work. It's too big. Arial. Heading 1. Does it need to be heading 1? Heading 1. Just normal text. And just make it bigger. Pfft, who knows? Someone's going to make some sense to me in a second. Alright. I'll make it a little bit bigger than everything else. Chapter. No. 16. Okay. Chapter. It's probably not going to be all that. It's too long. That's too long-winded for sure. I realise. I'm just going to colour it for now so it's separated. Okay. And he looks at it and he wonders, do I really need to do that? Probably not. Let's just do that for now. Chapter 1. Okay. All right. I actually recently streamed breaking down chapter and section scaffolding in my Spelljammer 100-page PDF. Might be worth listening to for a deep dive opinion. All right, Phil. Yeah, I mean, I'll also probably talk to a few other people who've made books themselves, because I know Wally, his layout and structure is really clever. So chapter 1 is that, and it will cover these things here, which I haven't really completely finished. Character creation needs to be its own chapter. So I am going to push it down here. Chapter 2, Character Creation. Okay. Chapter 2. Oh, don't want that underline. Get rid of the underline. Underline's gone. Chapter 2, and this is... Okay, chapter 2. Character creation. And I'm aware that in the past I've always said you should always start with just play the game and play pre-gens rather than character creation. But I'm kind of doing that a little bit differently here. I know, I'm aware of this. I think it was supposed to be 16. 16 was the biggest I could get on there. It's a 16. Alright. Character creation. And we've got this. Probably need to have a little intro sentence there, but we'll get there. I do writing layout and art sports for PDFs. I build. So this process you're in is a familiar place. It's not familiar for me. Be welcome to bounce ideas off me if you wish. So to give you an idea, I'm not good at this sort of thing. This is not my area of expertise. Let's get real. It's not my area of expertise. Okay? But I do have a brother, and his area of expertise is this area, because he has done some books. He's written a few. And so I am just having to do enough of the work that he doesn't get frustrated with me that I've done none of the work. Because I will send it to him to turn into a book at some point. Okay, character advancement. That goes with character creation, variant experience point option, game mechanics. This is where we need to separate here. I need a new chapter. New chapter. And what should it be called? Do I call it game mechanics? I don't know if it's necessarily game mechanics as such, is it? Basic game rules. Is that what we're dealing with here? I think it probably is. Chapter 3. Basic game rules. Okay, alright, so you're... Okay, cool. I know it's not structured like your player's handbook in Dungeons and Dragons, people. I know it's not structured like that. I'm aware. There will be an opportunity to correct me if I am on the wrong track. So bold, and then largen it up a bit to 16. We've got this. Okay, chapter 3. Which, of course, the layout's not right in terms of on pages and so forth, I'm aware. Managing fractions. That is basic mechanics, general specific, managing fractions, ability scores. Right, so here's this is probably where I need to separate things a bit, because this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is really hard to read. Let's get real. If I'm looking at it right now and I can tell, it would drive me nuts. Spreading things out would probably be beneficial. So, let's do that. Let's spread that out a little bit more. So I'll break that up as well. Strength score. Strength. Yeah, something like this. What am I doing? Do I like the way that's laid out? No, that's the question. It's like, is it laid out the way that I want it to be laid out? Okay. Okay, all right. Strength. Strength. Strength score. I have a question. Does anybody think that strength score is that would be that way to sort of refer to it, or is it better to refer to it as a strength value or a strength number? Hashtag. What do you prefer? Strength score. That'll probably might give me a little problems around copyright. Strength value strength number. Okay. All right. Well, so I'm asking that question of you, and I'll see what you think. Okay. Right. So I'm going to lay out this, and in the brackets here, I'm going to put value bracket number, because I might need to shift a few things out. We'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Who knows? I'll indent it so I know that it's supposed to be a header, and we'll bold and underline. Strength attribute. Norox reckons strength attribute, which suggests that attribute is what you were aiming for. Does the attribute have both a value and a modifier? Yeah, so was it the arbitrary itself a target DC for this game? So I'm going to use a sort of an attribute. Okay, so what am I doing this? I don't need to write this. I can talk. Why am I doing this? I'm going to use, Phil, I'm going to use a strength value or number, which is static. And then I'm going to have a smaller number, which is a modifier or a bonus, much like D&D, okay? Or 5e, D&D 5e, or 4e, or 3.5. It's going to be very similar in that. So I do need to differentiate the difference between strength, score, value, or number, and strength bonus or strength modifier. So I'll put that as just a, well, we'll see how we go, and come back to that a little bit later, I guess. And then maybe need to flesh that out a little bit more, although I can do that later if I need to. Really I can do it later if I have to. Okay, let's go back up. Dexterity score, and then it'll be value bracket number, depending on what we're going to do here. I don't know, not yet anyway. And this is that one there, bold, underline. Dexterity, speed, I'm actually going to take that off. It's fine. Piloting, riding, I'm going to take them off as well. My little example of the tomato. What have we got here? Ability score and ability modifier sound natural. When you said them just now, I'd say go with these. The only reason, Phil, that I may want to try and change the word ability score and ability modifier is frankly because of copyright. But I don't know if you can copyright ability score and ability modifier, because I've seen a lot of games that use the same sort of wording. Do you know what I mean? And so that'll be one of my tasks later on, to decide whether it's actually going to infringe on Wizards of the Coast's property. Constitution. Score. Bracket value. Bracket number. Prepare, cook, and survive. Strength modifier. Alright, strength modifier is the smaller number anyway. We're going to use both numbers. One of the things I decided is ultimately I want the game to be able to use both numbers rather than have one that sits there doing nothing. Do you know what I mean? And the idea of using the static score for an ability is to reduce the amount of dice rolling when it really shouldn't be necessary. That's really what I was thinking. Intelligence. So here's I guess this is where I need to make a differentiation, don't I? Is I do need to point out that there is a strength score and there's a strength modifier, and that needs to be listed on the same page. And actually what I do need to do is take away this. Now I think I figured it out how I'm supposed to do this. Power adjacent, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense due to due diligence is fantastic. If they serve other functions in the game from 5e, I'd push for different terms in general, but that is licensing a bit, yeah, definitely critical. So I'm just going to call this strength. And then it means that if I have to get rid of ability score, I can just call it ability value or number. And I mean, ability number is pretty self-explanatory. Like, it's not a big shift over if we need to do that. So let's do that, okay? Number, I'll do that here. Value. And then, actually, I'm just going to go cut and paste. I can probably do this now, can't I? Will my brain work to do it? Yeah, 7 minutes to go. Ability modifier. I really hate the word modifier. I really hate it. With a vengeance, people. Because it just doesn't feel like it's the right thing to refer to. Bonus. Characters, monsters, animals, and NPCs have 6 different abilities related to their physical. These 6 abilities are represented by a static ability score. Okay, next. Right, this is where we get interesting. The 6 ability scores have a modifier or bonus osis. How do I spell associated? Why can't I spell associated? Associated. That ain't associated. All right. Okay. Thank God for that. Bonus associated. The 6 ability scores have a modifier or bonus associated to each one. For. Okay. Associated with each one for. Okay. There is that little bit there. Okay. All right. Whew. All right. So I'm doing all right. 5 minutes and then I'm going to call it quits. Associated. Thank you, Fred. I got the word eventually. Thank God for spell checkers. Because I'd be lost, wouldn't I? The only way I got through university was with a spell checker. Do you know the most frustrating thing with going through university with a spell checker, because you can't spell, is because everything gets changed to American spelling every time. In New Zealand, I used to lose so many marks because, no, Fred, that's not how you spell it. That's American spelling. Oh, darn it. The spell checker switched back over to North American spelling again. Ugh. It's a funny problem to have, but yeah. But anyway, wisdom. Come on, is that it? Wisdom. And each one needs to have their own little bit of stuff on it underneath there. Yes, going on. Yeah, it's working out right. Sweet as. Charisma. Jeez, I really am. I am getting tired, aren't I? Charisma. Almost at the end of comeliness. I think comeliness. The reason what did I do? I left it in. Comeliness and attractiveness were essentially the same. They really were. I'm just going to take it out. It's not even. It doesn't even feel like a real word. Is it a word that you would normally use in day-to-day talk? Comeliness, probably not. I've got the concept there. We've got attractiveness there. Okay, it's in there for sure. Okay, we've got it. Physical and mental attractiveness. So that's the ability scores. This is a dice mechanic. Am I biting off too much all at once? Oh, jeez. Do I need to go basics of the game? Do I need to break it down and just say ability scores? Pat is almost out of power. Thank you, Fred. No problem, Spirit Wolf. Thank you for being here. Students now be like Chat GBT and Chat GPT. Yes. Say that using Kiwi. 7th stat, was it? Oh, I didn't realise that. Okay. Okay, so okay, so this is, there is some basic mechanics in here. The problem is I wind up making a chapter that's way too big, don't I? Is it smarter for me to, and I'm wondering, is it smarter for me to actually have a separate chapter that talks about abilities and then have the other rules there? I'm actually thinking that might be the smartest way to go here. Like to actually just cut out that section and have chapter, whatever the heck it is. Alright. There. And I will cut it. I will go up, 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 up. I will go... chapter 4, basic game rules. This will be abilities. Abilities. That's way too big. So this is going to be smaller. What size are we dealing with? We're dealing with 11s. 11. Go down to 11. 11. Okay, that's better. Now if I put this in here, paste it, charisma, ability scores, ability modifiers, abilities. And then we have all of that stuff for that. And then we go into the next chapter, which is basic rules, which is then game mechanics, general specific stuff, managing, penalties, advantage, disadvantage. Okay, I think I am done. I think I am well and truly. An ugly stat. Advantage, disadvantage. We've got a little bit on how that works here. We've got this bit here. Ability to dice roll tests. Explaining how those work. Saving throws. A little bit of tidying up required, I'd imagine here. Yeah, but I think at this point I need to put it aside because it's way too long now. I'm spent. Okay, so to give you a fairly good idea, it looks to me like I'm pretty close. I'm going to have to come back next fortnight and have another go at finishing up the front section and doing a bit more formatting. But I think ultimately you shouldn't have to wait too much longer before you can start giving me feedback about what is not explained and where things are placed. Does that make sense? Oh, I hope it does. I hope it is. Anyway, let's get me back into the... Hello, I'm back. I'm still alive. Where's my glasses? I don't know. I'm looking at my glasses and I put my glasses away. 5 hours. Sheesh. I don't know how Taryn does it. Indostructor Boy, how do you do this for such long periods of time? I know if I did this only for 1 or 2 hours, it would never get done. It would just take forever. But exhausting. Okay, let's have a look at this. Let's end my poll. And I have a look at my poll before you all run away and I run away and we go back to doing our things. So, How do you prefer to earn experience points in a role-playing game? So, complete quest goals, 38%. No XP milestones, 27%. Well, you'll be happy that I've put milestones as a major factor, but I will still have experience points there for those who want it. Okay. Killing monsters, 19%. Collect gold and use it, 13%. Interesting. Thanks, Fred. All good night. Yes, all joking. Yeah, so by all means, post some jokes in my Discord. Oh, do you want the Discord? When you come to... Yeah, I do. I go over the place, don't I? It happens. Do I have my Discord that I can share with people? I haven't really shared my Discord for a while. Or have I? I don't remember. I think my name is Fred. That's, I think, the extent of what I know right now. Invite people. Let's copy the thingy. And then if I go over to this stream, I stick it in here. Hey, thank you to everybody who took part, man, because what an endeavour. Been a while. So, I'm exhausted. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you to my patrons who support me, but thank you to those people who hung out with me today in this very, very long live stream where I'm trying to build a role-playing game. Yeah, okay. So thanks to Phil and Fred Hubber and Prepare, Cook and Survive and Spirit Wolf and Noroak and Overboard. Thank you, Overboard. Buried Axe. Thank you. Is there anybody else I've missed? I don't know. Derry, who's been trying to keep us occupied with, I don't know what he's been typing in there half the time. And then probably a few other people I've missed. I said Spirit Wolf already, didn't I? I said Prepare, Cook and Survive. If I've missed your name, it's because I should be getting offline. Yeah, because, cool blimey, it's been a long one. So wherever you are in the world, whether it be the morning, the afternoon, the night, or the wee early morning, you know the story. Look after yourself, your family and your friends. Be nice to your neighbours. And hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s.